So for the AI media coordinator, I might switch you over to a regular participant if that works.
Sego Sewakwego. Before we begin any gathering, it's always important to take the time for us to say some words of gratitude and to acknowledge everything that has been given to us or put to us in order to bring us to this place together today. We call this the Ohandugari Wadekwa, or the words that come before everything else or before all else. It is a spiritual address that has been practiced since the beginning of our people and serves as a constant reminder that we are not above or beyond creation and nature, but in fact that we are with creation. We live with creation in harmony. And these words, especially nowadays, are even more important when we are being given the opportunity to learn a very important lesson about what our place is within nature and what happens when we forget that we need to treat not only each other, but treat all of the elements of nature with respect, or face some of the unfortunate consequences of our behavior. And so I'd like to start today with Yohandugari Wadekwa. And though when it's recited in our language here, it serves the purpose of those who understand that language. But today I've added some pictures and English translation in order for you to also be part of this moment of gratitude. We want to take time to acknowledge the people who make up this beautiful place that we share, the earth. They bring with them various thoughts and ideas, values, and especially creativity. We need all of these people together to live in harmony and to be able to be open to accept the differences. So we take the time to greet and thank the people. Next slide. We wish to take the opportunity to thank our Mother, the Earth. Det nuradane yetsnisto, yet nuradane yunkanistaa. She is our mother that has given to us everything that we need in order to survive. We have created much, much more than we actually need, and sometimes we're not aware of the fact that these are not necessities, but things that we've created to embellish our lives, because the necessities are there and provided freely and openly for us. And without our Mother, the Earth, and everything that she provides, that we're reminded of right now in this time of spring, we would not be able to survive. The only thing that she asks in return is that we treat her with respect and that we use what she provides in order for us to live happy and fulfilled lives. And so we greet and thank our Mother Earth. Det nuradune Ganigarunyu. We wish to be able to take the opportunity to acknowledge that we have all of these wonderful sources of water about us that provide and nourish us on a daily basis. We also have to remind ourselves that we have a symbiotic relationship even with water. We are born of water because we were carried within the bodies of our human mothers within the water. And we are composed of a large percentage of water, and we need to replenish that on a daily basis. And we need to make sure that we take care of those waters so that we can continue to have fulfilled and wonderful lives, not only now, but for the 7 generations to come. And we greet and thank the waters that are all about us. We wish to also take the opportunity to acknowledge all of the animal and fish life that populate these waters. They help to keep all of the waters clean and to circulate about the earth. This is important for us to continue to take advantage of the necessary waters to replenish our lives, but also to use of their bodies that they do give up for us to feed ourselves as well. So we greet and thank the fish and the fish life. About the top of our mother, she is covered with many different grass and plants. These also are granted to us freely, from which we are going to be able to nourish ourselves, our human bodies, but also to be able to provide us with nourishment for our eyes, with all of the beauty, as all of the colors and all of the shapes, and even all of the feels, such as that pampas grass that's there, that allows us to be able to experience the beauty and appreciate the beauty that is there. They feed us in many different ways, whether they be medicine, whether they be specific spices that we use, whether it is actually food that we then blend into our dishes that we enjoy every day. And so we greet and we thank the plant life. Of all of these plants, they are anchored as we are in the roots to our mother. These roots are very similar to the umbilical cords that tie us to our mothers as we grow within her. These roots are very important. They remind us of who we are. They remind us of where we come from. And they also are able to provide us with some of the important medicines that allow us to heal ourselves when we get lost, whether we get lost physically, emotionally, spiritually, or mentally. So it is important that we take the time to greet and thank the nature for all of these roots. These medicines, like the ginger that grows as a root, come from the base of our attachment to our mother, and these things are given to us freely. These medicines are important, and we've forgotten them in our rush to create immediate solutions to ailments. That these roots allow us to actually get to the source of things and not treat just the symptoms. These are provided naturally and have been there for over 15,000 years in this area, and we have forgotten how to use it and the knowledge of how to use these on a regular basis. It is great to see that many people are going back to the root medicines or the natural medicines. So we greet and thank the medicines. Of the soil and the cover, the skin of our mother, we have the benefit of harvesting all of the plants that feed us, Jonhekwa, the food that feed our human bodies, that sustain life. This is important for us as we begin the spring and we begin to sow the land. And in this time that we are actually promoting the growth of food in whatever places that we have, so that we can also benefit from the beauty of actually having our hands in the soil and being part or feeling connected to that important space of harvest and life. And so we greet and thank the life sustainers. Above, we grow many plants that grow on trees and bushes, these wonderful fruits that provide our tongues with such wonderful tastes and alive with the sweetness, natural sweetness of what can be provided on earth for us. And we benefit not only from those fruits that grow within our areas, the berries that will be up soon, the strawberry, the most important or the first fruit, the fruit of women. And we also get a chance to benefit from those fruits that come from further away. And have been blessed to be able to share their bounty with them as well. And so we greet and we thank the creation for fruits. Det Nuradone Gundirio. We are not the only ones who roam this, the face of our mother. We have our brothers and sisters who are there. Our brothers and sisters, the wild animals, that roam freely and even more freely these days as we are drawn within. And it's kind of funny to see this happening at this point, but also very heartwarming knowing that they have not disappeared. They are there. And when we disappear or we take our place, we give them more place as well to be present and to also enjoy the bounty of nature that has been given to us. And so we greet and thank the wild animals. These trees they grow tall or short, big, wide, or thin or narrow. They are there for us to use as a resource in order to house ourselves or to warm ourselves when we need to, or cook our foods if we need to. They are also there freely to provide us with shade, or just sheer enjoyment of being able to wander amidst the trees and to enjoy the sounds of all the animals that have made their homes there as well. And so we are grateful and we thank for the trees. All of the bird life that allows us to continue to live as they spread the seeds, help in the pollination of the plants, as they provide some food for us in the north with all of the geese. You know, we thank them, we greet and thank all of the birds to be being there. We don't always enjoy the idea of having insects and bugs. However, they have their place and their role, just like everything else. They have a function. They are there in order to keep things in balance. And we forget that if we eradicate species of bugs and insects, that we will then disturb the actual beauty of the balance of everything. So let us turn our minds and greet and thank the insects for being part of our lives. We greet and thank our grandfathers that live above us and provide us with constant reminders of what we need to do. It is the time to look at the thunder beings, look at the thunderers. And at this time of year, they come and they tell us that it's time to break away from the shackles of winter and everything that we have gone through to be able to now begin our time of liberation and enjoyment of free air or fresher air in order to be able to begin this time of spring or renewal. And just as the renewal is important, our grandfathers tell us that it is important for us as well as beings of nature to be able to renew ourselves at the same time. And so we greet and thank our grandfathers, the thunder beings. Our eldest brother, the sun, rises every morning. Today, absolutely beautiful to see this wonderful warm sun coming through, even this cool air that we have. Regardless of what is happening, the rising of the sun every day provides us with hope and reminds us that life continues and will continue regardless. And so we greet and thank our brother, our elder brother, the sun. And in the evening, De Tinuradane, Yonkisoto Asantaka Garakwa, we wish to take the time to thank the presence of our grandmother, the moon, that lights our skies at night. Though we have a crescent moon every 30 days or so, our grandmother becomes a full, it shows her full self, which is the time of women and for women's renewals and women's ceremonies. It is important that she be there because she provides us with the light. And also, as we do with our children, when we provide little night lights for them, it's a constant reminder that we are safe. It's a reminder that all will be well. And so we greet and thank our grandmother, the moon. I'm sorry, I've missed it. Yositoko Kwarunyo. We wish to be able to take the time to thank nature for all of the beautiful stars that also light up the sky. Last evening, it was wonderful to see the stars lit up in the distance, and it reminded us that today would be a beautiful day. So they announce things to us, and they dance for us and create shapes for us in the stars. And they contain many histories and many stories of other places. Their persistence also, knowing that they can actually lose their light and shine out, but they will shine still. Their light will still shine to us for a long time after they have gone. It shows that regardless of how things end, they really do not end. They continue until something else begins. And so we greet and thank the stars all about us. And so all of this that we have said to bring and to show how everything works together, it is the elements of creation which have been provided. And so we take the time to thank our Creator and our Mother, the Earth, for all of this creation. Now that we've spoken these words, we wish to leave these words with you. However, if there is anything that I have forgotten to mention that is about us or that should be mentioned, it is not for bad will that this happens, but basically that I have forgotten. And if so, I leave it to you now to add or to fix it so that you can add your own words. It's become commonplace for us to open events by stating a land acknowledgement. This has been created as a form of reconciliation with Indigenous people that inhabit the lands that we call Turtle Island. However, sometimes it becomes simply that, a practice or a pronunciation of words, and it is used by others to simply be able to lessen their shame rather than to validate the actual Indigenous nations who have suffered years of colonization or centuries of colonization and have had things stolen from them throughout history. And the fact that it continues to happen as we live today. It is not simply something that is gone. Concordia has its base here in the place we call Tiohtià:ke, which is part of the traditional lands of the Kanien'kehá:ka Nation, people of the Flint or the Guardians of the Eastern Door. The Kanien'kehá:ka are part of the Haudenosaunee, which is the Six Nations Confederacy. But none of these words are words that we hear on a daily basis because their names, just like the Indigenous people of these lands, have been systematically displaced and silenced or made totally invisible. And we don't have to look very far to be able to see how this manifests today. If you go and walk or travel through the empty streets of Tiohtià:ke, you will see the impacts of colonization there. There are many street people, many of whom are Indigenous. And we're here, we have an opportunity to be safe in our homes, but it's clear that there's a large number of these homeless people who just wander the streets looking for necessities, things like food, temporary shelter, clothing, or medical care. Most people do not know that there are over 47,000 Indigenous people living in Tiohtià:ke, in the city of Montreal. They come from various nations because they come here seeking a better life. Home, they face things such as poverty, violence, overcrowded homes, unsafe or unsanitary living conditions, where things like drinking water and affordable food are impossibilities for them and remain only distant dreams. So those are the products of colonialism. And when they come to a city or an urban area, sadly, they face much of the same thing or the same kind of life because of racism, which is alive and well. And it bars them from having equal access to employment, housing, and education. And so they end up, many of them end up on the streets or having to live in conditions that are unacceptable. So by providing a land acknowledgement, it's really a gesture of, it's only a small gesture of repair for all these injustices and the recognition that these things are still happening for Indigenous people who still live under the Indian Act, where somebody else determines their identity and where they're going to live in order to retain that identity and what language they will be able to speak. What values to live by, which are very contradictory to what their own sense of belief are. So if you can take anything away from this land acknowledgement today, I would hope that it would be a little bit of motivation for you to maybe take a little longer time to look at things and not take them for granted. Use your mind, your emotions, your spirit, which are gifts that were given to you so that you can interpret the world for yourself. If you open yourself up to respect, to observe, to listen, to learn, and to inform, you're going to have an opportunity not only to learn for yourself, but be part of some important changes that are needed in order for us to create, in this time of renewal, a just world for everybody. Yeah, Danoskana.
Thank you so much. That was really great. Thank you so much. So if you want, we'll take like a 5-minute break and then we'll be back with Seeley's. Thank you again so much for sharing that with us. That was great.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Of course.
So I will keep my system open. As I go off, I'll turn my sound off. I'll go off and on through the day and check in to make sure things are okay. Responsibility of doing an opening also means carrying you with us. That's as well as to come back and at least in a silent way to bring a closing to everything.
Amazing. Thank you so much for letting everyone know that.
Well, thank you. Oh,
I have
no.
a question about the woman who just presented. So back in 1993, I moved here to Montreal. But I'm a Muslim person, so I met other Muslim people, and I've met white and Black people, but I haven't met Indigenous people. I haven't had any chance to culturally exchange with people, especially because I'm deaf, so in the deaf community. So I don't know much about Indigenous culture, and I would love to learn more. But I grew up here and I was afraid of violence. I was afraid of what might happen to me because I was an immigrant here in this country. Especially but I would be interested to go maybe fly north or visit some, indigenous land. But I'm curious. I don't know, would people be open-minded to me as a Muslim woman if I went there and chatted with people, or would people be willing for me to come visit as an immigrant in an indigenous land? That's my question.
That's a good question. The community of Ganawage is always open to visitors. There is usually there is no issue in terms of your origins. That's not a consideration. It's a beautiful place to visit. There are many things to do in the community. There are also a lot of Indigenous people within the city itself, the city limits, and places where you can visit and meet others as well, such as the Friendship Center or Native Montreal. These places are also in connection or staying in connection with other communities and other nations where people come from. And so for them, they provide more of a generalized kind of view of Indigenous people, because there are so many different nations that come together with different languages and different traditions. And so there's just not like one language or one way of being an Indigenous, because there's over 13 different nations just here in the area of Quebec. But the closest ones being those of the Haudenosaunee or Ganyagehaga here, and in Ganassidage, which is just a little further up. They're also Cornwall Island or St. Regis and Aguasasne. So these are all part of the same people, and we share similar values, similar language, with some cultural differences or some regional differences. But all of them are open for visiting, and they have organized tours even, beautiful sites, original buildings.
Could I come and visit and meet people and they would do a tour?
That's it. If you address yourself to, you go to the visitors, the visitors center, you can be part of an organized tour, and also take part in traditional foods. You do have to mention your dietary restrictions. So.
Would that be willing, because I'm deaf and I use ASL, but I'd still be able to communicate with people? Would there be opportunity for me to go as a deaf person?
I think you would bring that request up and say that you.
Sorry, just 1 second. The video just changed and I can't see her anymore. I'm sorry. It's something about my setup. Okay, great. Thank you, Diane.
And so you would be able to ask at the moment when you register to say that you do need a translator or a signer, and see if there's one available. I'm not 100% sure how they function, but they're very open, and we do have deaf people in the community for sure.
Yeah, I'd like to go there someday.
That's great.
Especially Nunavut, maybe, up in the north.
Yeah, that's quite interesting up there. Yeah, and it's a very different way of being, for sure. Very different way of being. Yeah, It can be quite cold, but it's also absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, in Montreal, you know, I've never met Indigenous people while living here, so I've never had the chance to interact.
There's many
Okay, well, thank you
opportunities.
so much. It's nice to chat with you. Thank you.
Yep.
I'll close my screen now.
All right, I think we're going to be hearing from Sealy now for their presentation. Can everyone see the ASL interpreter?
Hi,
right.
are folks hearing me now? Yes. Okay. Okay. Learning technology every single day. um, all right. Well, thank you all. I am hoping you will be patient with me. I'm really looking forward to sharing what I can and participating in some responses with you all as well. If folks would be able to reach the chat function that's at the bottom of your own image screen, you can use that to start connecting in and send via chat if you have burning questions or comments. And for some tech assistance, there should be moderators able to help. Okay, so I would like to thank the folks who are moderating. Definitely thank the interpreters. I apologize for my interruption earlier. The folks who are captioning, the offices who've collaborated to offer this conference and to help transition it online. And especially thanks to Mitchell Ray for bottom lining coordination. I'm excited for this whole mix of other presenters too. And that recordings will be available of presentations after on YouTube, which I will certainly be taking advantage of. I want to also name that I'm grateful for reminders when we begin gathering for activities, which include ones we're doing digitally of Indigenous custodians of whichever lands we happen to be living on. And for those reminders that all other inhabitants need to build respect in our relationships with the custodians and follow their modeling of respectful caretaking relationship with lands and waters that support us. Our embodied experiences happen because of the conditions available in our home terrains. So let's make those conditions good and caring ones. For my presentation, we're going to take a short break in the middle, maybe 5 minutes, so people can tend biofunctions like stretching or peeing, and then we'll have at least 15 minutes at the end for question and answer. I may be able to respond to a question or two as we go along, but I will be more able to at the end. To visually describe myself for any blind attendees, I'm white. I have short cut hair that is a mix of red, brown, and silver, a light facial stubble, and a mix of some gendered attributes. To fill in more, I am legally considered male, but identify as trans and gender fluid. I use the pronouns she, her, and elle. I'm from the US and still new learning French. I'm also trying to pace my speaking so interpreters and captioners can keep up more easily. I have delayed processing sometimes as well, so it helps to give more time to process what's being expressed. So I'm wondering if folks who are present now are familiar with access check-ins. If you know about locating the raise hand signal also with your own image screen, you could do a bit of raising hand or chat it in. Experience access check-ins? Yes, no, maybe, not sure. Okay. Okay, well, thanks for letting me know. All right, well, I'll introduce a little. Part of how we can practice an aspect of disability justice is including a check-in whenever folks gather that acknowledges how those gathered are feeling body and mind-wise and normalizes holding in a shared space a variety of experiences. They focus on what each participant needs to be able to participate. For example, I can check in with, today, presenting standing up is better for my body than sitting, and being able to move a bit in the space will help me. I may need many pauses to drink water, and extra patience as keeping up with different tracks of visuals and text input are a challenge for me. I have had some acute pain flares and emotional collapse in the last couple days, feeling some pressure to include material driven by disabled loved ones who are now facing more lack of access to medical and social services. I will do my best today, and I do feel able to maintain some grounded energy even though I'm fatigued. The session today is not set up to process trauma in depth. It's just important to take time up front so attendees can name if particular physical or cognitive issues are relevant to how they can be present in the space, and the group can take into account how to accommodate them. If meeting in any group where everyone is invited to contribute, you can set your own norm for practice of taking turns to each share what are pronouns you'd like folks to use for you, and if you have any specific access needs, they can be aware of and support. If people have questions about access check-ins or when raising other questions at the end, want to practice adding a check-in about something important for us to know regarding how to support participation being more accessible for them. For example, posting that typing is slow, so please wait for them to finish a response before going on with questions. Just share those later. Okay. So let's take a moment together. If your eyes are open, just let them close and take a deep breath in. And exhale slowly and open eyes. We're all able to support not just mutual survival, but also each other to flourish. That's what increasing accessibility is about. Increasing ways to connect with available resources so everyone can live together with dignity, engage in our communities, and flourish. So now is a time to amplify calls, to share resources, reject ableism, and a call for the flourishing we can create outside of medical industrial complex limitations and capitalist concepts of productivity. To quote Milana Krongelb, who's posted recently on racism, disposability, and disability justice. Okay. Time out a moment. We're having a little technical check-in. I'm gonna stop my screen share for a moment and see if starting over helps things come through. Let's try this again. Can someone let me know if I am visible to y'all? Great. Hooray. Okay. So, Milana Krongelb, who posts on Twitter with the handle at Milana's Queendom. I highly recommend checking her Twitter stream out. All of our crip, queer, disabled, ill, black, brown bodies matter. We're not disposable. You still have body autonomy even in times of crisis. Don't let doctors, aides, acquaintances, yourself, or anyone else forget it. Speak up and point out the ableism or ageism when people say, quote, only blank are affected, so it's not a big deal, or that change is too expensive or unthinkable. I'm going to pause again and see if there's anything I can do to improve. Oh, look, you might have some visibility of me now. Is that's the case? Along with, maybe that's all you need. You've got me, you've got an interpreter. I'm going to be speaking. You have audio. Okay. It's a mystery because now I see myself, but I'm getting comments that attendees are not seeing my face. I can tell you that my webcam is definitely on. It's showing me. So I might need to ask for a little assistance on this. Okay, let's see. Going to be looking at if I can make this improved. Okay, now people are seeing me. This is better. So a little harder for me, but we're gonna work it out. Give me just another moment. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll try this. Very, very small. I am surprised that some people do seem to have, okay. Yeah, some people are commenting that there is, that they do have a view of me now and some still don't. So I think there's also an issue of we have just a mix of tech materials available. And okay, I think we're good enough to go. And let's continue. All right, great. So learning, everybody's awesome that you're educating me about tech via this chat. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna share some very immediately current political info. I'm wondering if folks know about the hashtag that's gone up, which is hashtag nobody is disposable. This campaign is very important. So tvndy.ca is the URL where you can learn more about this. It's a national resource site for disabled people. That's tvndy.ca. Their very recent blog has a key link that explains knowing your legal rights for people with, quote, existing conditions, merci Miles, who get ill enough with coronavirus to need professional care and who may risk ableist assumptions when treated as a patient. So this blog post adapts a similarly phrased document developed in the US from their link just over a week ago, a webcast archive, Nobody is Disposable. One section makes some essential points about building connection with healthcare workers. Try to connect with your providers. Try to understand how they may be feeling. Remember, they are under intense stress. Ask how they're doing. Humanize yourself. Show pictures of your family. Share something unique about yourself. Do your best to be understood as a person. If the question of who gets to use medical equipment comes up, explain that you want the treatment options that provide the best chance to recover, just like non-disabled, or younger, or thin, or white patients receive. If healthcare providers try to make you feel less worthy of the best chance to live, remember that there are many disabled people and allies who know you deserve to live, and we are rooting for you. On a related note, allies to fat people should share the legal rights info doc with them too. Again, this legal rights whole doc is linked at that site, TVNDY. To quote somebody who was featured at the end of March on the Disability Visibility Project website, about fat phobia. It resembles ableism and other forms of body marginalization because they're rooted in similar principles. The lives of people in socially valorized bodies are more valuable than those of people in marginalized bodies, and existence in a marginalized body is an intrinsically undesirable state. Moreover, medical models of fatness do view it as an inherently diseased state. The demeaning label of, quote, obesity, regardless of whether someone's weight requires additional support needs. The existence of obesity as a disease state is an unexamined truism that reduces discussions about weight and health. Stigma on its own, independent of weight, contributes to worse health outcomes among fat people. But it doesn't have to be that way. We are people, not just body mass index scores or diagnoses. And that's a quote from Finn Gardner, recently interviewed at the disabilityvisibilityproject.com, March 30th, on fat phobia, ableism, and the COVID-19 pandemic. So we can expand from this premise that all marginalized body minds deserve respect and have the capacity to connect across difference. We must imagine and co-create scenarios that move us from marginalization toward equity and flourishing. Amisur Dryden, teaching Black Canadian Studies at Dalhousie University, has said a collective mental health crisis may be on the horizon. Just as Canada has built up its medical capacity to respond to COVID-19, Dryden said officials need to mount a similar effort to respond to its psychological aftermath, rather than passing the buck to the police. Quote, "This is the perfect time to establish teams of social workers, nurse practitioners, and therapists that are not attached to the police and can support community members." This is a quote from an article with the Toronto City News from April 3rd about policing the pandemic, putting marginalized communities at risk. I want to also make a quote from my comrade Carl, also previously of the San Francisco Bay Area, about thinking larger, thinking farther ahead. What can we learn from non-horizontal institutions like Cuba's health service, or from the formalized funding that powers Doctors Without Borders? How might we fund science, including medical research, and mass public services outside the current profit-driven system? And that's written by Carwell Bjork James with Chuck Munson in a commentary from 2014, An Anarchist Response to Ebola. Okay, I am about ready to take a short break. I would like to share my screen again briefly because there's a really sweet image I found. So it seems possible that that will cut my image out for a moment, but let's try it. Okay. And okay, I'm hoping you're seeing this very cool, and I'm gonna try to even make it a little bigger. There we go. So this illustration displays a group of 10 people and one service dog clustered together. They're all putting one fist up to gesture in power together. There's a mix of devices, including a walker, cane, a push chair, scooter, and a power chair, and of women wearing different international clothing styles. I don't know yet who made this illustration, but it is on the website dustinpgibson.com. He is a Black disabled man in the US with really great resources at this website. You can see at the top of the illustration that it is illustrating the link to a syllabus from a inaugural law course that he co-initiated this past summer, 2019, that is all about disability justice and the law. So we're gonna do a 5-minute break for now and one more round of quality deep breathing together when we return. Thanks. Oh shit. Okay. Are hearing folks able to hear me? I'm seeing me, so that's one thing. Yeah, I'm getting a yes. Okay, great. Weird. Okay. I'm pausing, trying to understand if there are immediate things coming up in chat that I need to know about my tech connection. I think I've done what I can do. Okay. So, all right. We had a little break. We took care of some biology. Let us have another breath together. Okay. So, it's an inhale. Exhaling. Thank you for joining all this. So I'm gonna now continue on this theme to say that we not only need to reject ableist diminishment of our lives during a public health crisis, we must also resist social pressure to accept medically assisted early death. MAID, the National Medical Assistance in Dying law, is currently expected to amend with fewer restrictions this summer. As Bonnie Braden, who is director of the organization Dawn Canada, said in an editorial from this past January, research has shown that the longer legislation like MAID is in place, the more normalized it becomes. If I present at a hospital here in Quebec with a medical file that shows that I have post-polio syndrome and I have symptoms that in her case have previously rendered her non-functional, and I no longer work for a big university with great medical benefits, there is a very real risk that I could be coerced into MAID to, quote, end my suffering. We have a well-documented crisis in providing quality care to seniors. She goes on to say, we also have declared our commitment to addressing the mental health crisis in our country, and now we will have an autism strategy. So there she's referring to the need to boost the national provisions that exist to support those who might reach need of full-time care with psychiatric or cognitive disabilities. The need to push social measures toward more integrated support rather than neglect. As an October 2019 article stated, while the MAID law indeed requires consent, these irreversible choices about ending a life are made in a complex social, cultural, and healthcare context where lack of access to adequate care, lack of social support, and overall ableist stigma have an impact on the choices people with disabilities may have. We need more complex discussions around support for the rights to life of people with disabilities, including those in palliative care, not a reduction of the opportunities for this support by expanding access to physician-assisted deaths. And that is a quote from an article featured at theconversation.com about the latest medical assistance in dying decision needs to be appealed. Here is why. It looks like someone had a question about a name for someone I had just cited, and that's Bonnie Brayton. She's the executive director of an organization that I will be mentioning a little bit more further along. So yeah, I think the main kind of sum up message that I wanted to say about that issue is that help to live well is what needs more facilitation. And that is what can make the most difference in reducing unnecessary suffering. A related issue is the pressure for prenatal testing and selectively aborting fetuses found likely to have impairments. We are facing a slippery slope of increasing societal discrimination against people who can't afford equal access to prenatal interventions and to the children they have. Alice Wong, a California disabled activist presenting at Stanford University in 2017, said regarding the parallel issue of gene editing, quote, "In the quest to eliminate suffering and pain, who has the power to decide which mutations warrant human gene editing while others are considered tolerable? How will society change when we lose this diversity in human variation and culture?" She believes, quote, "There must be other ways to alleviate pain and improve the living conditions of disabled people without editing us out of existence." As Rebecca Coakley, who was former executive director of the US's National Council on Disability, said also in 2017 in a Washington Post editorial, "Proponents of genetic engineering deliberately use vague language, such as prevention of serious diseases, leading many people with disabilities to ask what, in fact, is a serious disease." As probably most folks have been noticing now in the context of various medical facilities making decisions about triage potentially with people getting very serious complications from the COVID infection. Yeah, the terminology and the frameworks around like pre-existing conditions, comorbidities, quote, serious disease, prior conditions, and quality of life being considered. There's quite a lot of blanket determinations being proposed instead of individual assessments of patients' likelihood to respond well to getting treatment, for example, with a ventilator. And this is a key issue that is engaged in a lot of depth in the whole written up document about knowing your rights for the current context of possibly navigating hospitalization. As Alice Wong has said this month, because she is an outstandingly articulate person for the cause, quote, "Quality of life as a measurable standard is based on assumptions that a good, healthy life is one without disability, pain, and suffering. I live with all three intimately, and I feel more vital than ever at this point in time because of my experiences and relationships. Vulnerable, quote, high-risk people are some of the strongest, most interdependent, and most resilient people around. We know how to show up for each other." And this is quoted from a recent article in Vox. Okay, so I've been asked to pause for a moment. We're gonna try a little tech reconfiguring. I'm going to also give myself some water. Thanks everyone for being with this while we're trying to get everyone as properly connected as we can.
I'm just going to jump in here. Is there anyone who can't see both the ASL interpreter and the presenter who need to see both? And then we'll message you directly in the chat privately to try and figure out what your exact setup is between a tablet, mobile, or desktop. So if you send a message in the chat, myself or one of the other moderators in the room will send you a private message, and we'll work with your exact situation to try and figure out why you're not able to see both screens. Because I think it's an individual thing between what type of device you're using. That's what's causing people to see different screens, depending on your setup on a laptop where you can see multiple screens at once, or maybe a phone or tablet where you're only able to see one at a time. Celia, I think you can go ahead.
Yep.
And
Okay.
then we'll wait for those messages in the chat, and then we'll message those folks privately.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Okay, so I did get one specific question. I'm happy to follow up regarding someone I had just quoted. So, let's see. Maybe it's easiest if I just attempt to type back. So Bonnie is Bonnie, and last name Brayton, Brayton. From Vox, that was Alice Wong. It's from April 4th. They have a feature column headed first person. And I think that's the info that you would need. Okay. So, okay. I want to segue just a little bit further. So what are we contending with here? There's a heightened need to mobilize around basically humanizing ourselves as disabled people, and the the value that we inherently have in terms of decision processes being set up currently around extent of hospital supports for people with serious COVID symptoms. There's also the issue of the medical assistance in dying that is being set for now to have a bit of expanded access as of this summer. There is the issue of selective gene editing and abortions that are being encouraged. And there's a whole lot of both public education that we need to amplify about our lives that so much of the abled world is still ignorant about. And there's self-love and community care that needs to be amplified as part of that process as well, right? Like we have to start with within ourselves and bring it forward from there. I want to shout out that the leadership that's happening is, you know, once again, outstanding from disabled comrades really all around the globe. Some examples I can specifically note are that comrades in East Bay of the San Francisco Bay Area, whom I used to live with, have been organizing something called the Disability Justice Culture Club. This is a collective led by 5 disabled and neurodivergent queer people of color in Oakland. So, quoting from a recent article about them featured in These Times magazine. So last month, mid-March, the Disability Justice Culture Club began pairing people who were at higher risk, disabled or elderly, with allies who could provide mutual aid during a shelter-in-place order. Members of this club also made and distributed 100 anti-coronavirus kits to unhoused neighbors who were living in tent encampments in the area. These kits included surgical masks, gloves, homemade scent-free hand sanitizer, and a vitamin mix. Prior to this, in this past fall, 2019, California's largest utility, Pacific Gas and Electric, implemented rolling blackouts, leaving millions in the state without power in a widely criticized move aimed at preventing wildfires. Fearing that many in their community would be unable to power ventilators, recharge wheelchairs, or refrigerate insulin, the Disability Justice Culture Club folks pulled funds to buy generators, and they found accommodations outside the blackout zones for people who needed power. Similarly, when the Bay was blanketed in toxic wildfire smoke in fall 2018 and 19, the DJCC made do-it-yourself air filters, distributed masks, and they sealed up homes. And you can learn more about their excellence at a number of places, including inthesetimes.com, the article called Disabled Queer Activists, Isolation, Mutual Aid, Bay Area. Also noting right here that 2 people who took the lead in organizing, as far as I know, the first bilingual Montreal COVID-19 mutual aid Facebook group, which has over 10,000 members using it, also have non-apparent disabilities and are queer, Dexter X and Griffin Payne. It's not a coincidence that people with some marginalized statuses are initiating such actions. It is just our brilliance. That's going to be my new phrase. It's not a coincidence, it's just our brilliance. So last for now, I want to really kind of hit on this point that I think a key step in continuing to move forward is that people people with non-apparent disabilities, with invisible disability, with episodic and only temporarily apparent disabilities, people with all different kinds of, let's say, maybe more subtle relationship to disability than having a full-time, really apparent status, have to come out. We have to come out about the reality of our experiences and to insist on sharing accommodations. Also, our ABLD allies must come out and be public about their relationships with us, about our value, what we contribute. And also our allies need to be out about what they need to better support the disabled folks who are directly in their lives. So we can expand on that maybe if there's some questions and answers to follow on it. But I did just want to note a final shout out to the locally based but nationally active advocacy organization, DAWN, which is the Disabled Women's Network of Canada. So I'm going to screen share again in a moment here a photo of their staff that's from the end of last year. The national office is located in Montreal. They offer bilingual services. So in the photo, there's 9 staffers who gather smiling together. 7 of them are people of color. 1 is older than the others and standing with a cane. There are no other obvious disability signifiers in this picture, but all the staff have personal experience with disability. This also speaks to the general statistic globally that there are more people in the world with hidden, non-apparent disabilities than with apparent ones. So again, to my point, there's a whole lot of people who need to come out, and I believe that this will contribute to making a difference in our social status and people's understanding of our experiences. As for what great stuff Dawn Canada does, it, quote, works towards the advancement and inclusion of women and girls with disabilities and deaf women in Canada. The overarching strategic theme is one of leadership, partnership, and networking to engage all levels of government and the wider disability and women's sectors and other stakeholders in addressing our key issues. And I would say, even if you're not female, if you are interested in connecting with national level efforts and policy changes, I would recommend contacting them. Their URL is dawncanada.net. And let's see if there's a hope of sharing that image because they're really cute. And okay, so let's see. I'm thinking you've got my screen now. Okay, so I'm just gonna add that beyond this scheduled session time, I won't be able to continue further with chat because I do have an appointment that's just following. However, I will join the conference again this weekend. Just for the bigger picture outside this weekend, I do welcome contact at questletters.substack.com, or you could just email me, squesting@pm.me. Thank you all. Solidarity. Okay. Cheers. So I have stopped sharing my notes for now, and I'm open to if there are particular burning questions or notes folks wanted to raise. We'll have just about 15 minutes to the end of the session.
So this is Wafa speaking. Should I ask my question now or?
It's okay by me. I'm glad that I can hear you. But if I couldn't hear you and we were just talking through sign, I would be glad for that too. If you want, go ahead.
Same here. I feel the same way. Not only in the context of this conference, but also in my work, in my day-to-day life, my access to other people through sign language interpreters is lacking. Also from different folks that I encounter. I've met some folks of color or folks from Indian backgrounds who seem less willing to learn sign language or utilize interpreters than other folks. But anyway, to get to what you were talking about, it's something that I'm really connecting with just on a daily life in terms of my access when it comes to living in Quebec. There's a lot of French around, which demands a whole other language fluency. And my first language is a sign language rather than a spoken or written language. And given what we're living in right now with the COVID pandemic, there's a lot of forms, there's a lot of questions you have to answer, there's a lot of literacy that's required, and it would just, I'm wishing that these requests for information were accessible to me as a deaf person. I'm also aware of the Bill 81, C81 that was passed earlier before the pandemic, and it just doesn't seem to have had an impact. It doesn't seem to have made things more accessible given what we're living now. And so it's just very hard, to be part of a community that's already disenfranchised and now asking for more access. I guess maybe that will be my question to you. I was under the impression that the passing of Bill C81 would have created a change. And I don't want to say there's nothing. I see that there's access for the press conferences in sign language and LSQ and ASL, but I just thought that the impact would have been larger. And I wonder what you are thinking about that. And actually, I'm also aware that in Ontario, Ontario just seems to have more access. Their practice of ensuring that there's access to, whether it be the deaf employee at the McDonald's or even the press conferences, there's more access in Ontario than in Quebec. And I wonder if you have a feelings as to why, or.
This is a great question. And my apology, I feel a bit awkward about how I started off responding. We're juggling various types of communication interfacing Today, through tech devices as well as person to person, and I didn't see at first that the question was coming from a deaf attendee through an interpreter, and I heard a voice and thought that I was talking to somebody in a way that I was misunderstanding at first. So my apology about that. As to your question, which is a great one, I will be quite honest that I still have a lot to learn myself about the history of Quebec law just generally, and also certainly related to deaf community and disability community uh, support measures. I am not versed, unfortunately, yet. I hope this will change before too much time passes. But yeah, I don't have really any fluency in any sign languages myself yet. And so I am not in conversation that closely with deaf community folks since I've moved here. I do find that in general there is still more language divide in terms of English and French that seems to be keeping people from the respective Francophone and Anglophone disabled communities more separate than is good for any of us. And I could imagine that there might be some similar trend in the respective sign language based communities here. Which honestly, I think it's just, I mean, it's not just, it's complex as to why that might be the case, but colonialism is definitely a factor, right? It's the history of English colonists coming and making a claim on territory, and French colonists coming and trying to have their own claim, and this grappling over who gets to have you know their home culture base here, their base for continuing to develop community, and there's this legacy of of just attachment to what's familiar and known, really, which is, it's not unique to colonialism. That's something that shows up across so many different human cultures. But yeah, to my mind, it has something to do with this kind of long-term legacy and trend that's already started or been established for quite a while around kind of sticking to what one knows and is familiar with and feels safer, and when that is the kind of linguistic framework that one has been raised with and felt a need to defend and to hold on to, that it can be a bit of an inhibition to some of us, even now today, generations along, uh, around reaching out, yeah, and just really developing the priority of cross linguistic communications and access consistently. That's about as well as I can speak to that for now. Thanks.
That's wonderful, actually. Thank you for saying what you did. A little bit of a follow-up. I just to talk a little bit about my personal experience. I've been working in a fast food restaurant for about 11 years now, and it's really interesting to sort of look at my experience throughout that time to see how accessibility has modified or changed. And even within, like, we talk about colonialism in terms of like a macroeconomic picture, in terms of this group of people came and joined and conflicted with that group of people, but it even happens in smaller contexts. I notice it in the kitchen. I notice it in the back store. I see how, you know, some groups are just want to keep their own space and they don't want to be open to other people. Like it's I don't know. I don't have the terminology for it, but it's like the micro version of colonialism, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's I mean, I find that I wonder, are there ways that you all might, I don't know how many people you are usually on the shift with at a given time. I actually did work in a McDonald's back in the day, and uh, yeah, anyway, I imagine that there's probably a handful of people, it sounds like some who are Francophone, maybe some Anglophone. It sounds like you don't have other deaf coworkers usually with you on shift there, and that people are, yeah, kind of keeping to themselves rather than making more of an effort to engage with each other. Um, if that is something that you hope to see change, what is something that you might be able to initiate in that direction? I'm wondering if you might have any peers uh, who would be suited to help with, yeah, help you come up with some ideas, maybe just think through it creatively a bit, because I can say, having worked in so many different kinds of service jobs and workplaces, that the more camaraderie, the more kind of uh, mutual support that you can build and share with coworkers, the more it makes, you know, life livable, basically. It and I really hope that you can not be discouraged by the amount of uh, people just kind of taking their own space so far. It just kind of asking a gentle question and seeing if that there's something that they are interested in, that you might share a mutual interest in, and you could try exploring a bit of further connection just around that topic. Maybe they're looking at a game on their phone or something that it turns out you also actually enjoy, and you could start building a bond around it. Wishing luck. So
Thank
I
you for
think,
sharing. Thank you for sharing, Celia. That's very supportive of you to say. Thank you. I appreciate that.
sure. There's just a few more minutes. If anybody else did have one other thing that they wanted to put in the mix. I have no idea how to find Q&A with my Zoom interface at this moment, but let's see if I can change that. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, legit. There's some questions now showing up. Okay. Oof. Can I say something succinct about colonialism and disability? Well, let's see. I can say that the European development, when was this? I would say like Middle Ages, medieval era. So yeah, at that point in Europe, the move toward kind of proto capitalism, proto accumulation of capital through closing off common shared space is, yeah, that as far as I understand, there was a historical shift around that time. And prior to that, there was more cultural, more just small scale village, small kind of tribal oriented living contexts. And that at that time, although a number of children born with disabling conditions, or adults who would have become disabled later in life, may not have had the opportunity to live that long without, the changes in medical technology that developed in later centuries. At a certain point before the expansion of the church as part of a kind of colonizing tool, there was, as I understand it, culturally more openness and not necessarily just rejection of different disability conditions. So I would say that a shift toward embracing ideas of kind of personal acquisition, personal grasping of material resources that colonists took and amplified to the nth degree. This kind of conceptual shift was something that also contributed to rejection of disability because of a challenge of a disabled body or mind to produce and to acquire in the same way. So that's my brief theorizing on it for now. Thank you all so much for participating in this today, and I'm really wishing the best to all the further presentations. Take care.
Thank you so much, Sealy. That was really great. Thank you so much. I understand you have to go run off to an appointment now. So what we'll do, I think, is we'll go ahead and we're going to take a 5-10 minute break, and then Sandra will be starting up with a presentation very soon. So for right now, I'm just going to be putting up a waiting screen for Sandra's. And if there's any other questions for tech support, please write them in the chat or send us an email.
Thanks, y'all. Bye now.
Thank you, Sealy. Okay, hopefully everyone is here. We're going to get started again with the next presentation. So now we're going to have Sandra giving her presentation on the lack of accessible women's shelters for women with disabilities. Again, so if anyone has any questions, you can write those into the Q&A. That would be the easiest way for people to find them. And if you want to say your question out loud or sign, indicate that to us, and then we'll be able, or one of the moderators will be able to come in and give you permissions at the end for the Q&A section. So Sandra, whenever you're ready, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but whenever you're ready, go ahead. And if you have a PowerPoint to share, let us know and we'll get all of that set up on your end to make sure that everyone can see the ASL interpreter and your screen.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody see it? Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sandra Bokuri. I will be presenting the accessible room shelter for women with disabilities. And Chantal.
Hi, I'm Chantal. I'm going to be reading the slides that Sandra has prepared and jumping in if she needs me to.
Question the accessibility of women's shelter in Canada. 2020 issue that shelters will be accessible to women with disabilities. The disabilities and were unaware how that was not only a material, but and all of Canada as well. I wonder what this women do. Yeah, require a personal care provider. PCP. How the women sector take the kind of disability, especially women assessment physically and daily activities.
Questioning the accessibility of women's shelters in Canada. Given that it is 2020, I assumed that women's shelters would be accessible to women with disabilities, WWD. I was unaware of how dire this matter was, not only in Montreal, but all of Canada as well. I wondered, what do women with disabilities do if they require a personal care provider? How do women's shelters cater to their clientele with disabilities, especially for women who need assistance with their physical needs and their daily activities? What was learned? Women with disabilities have less options than able-bodied women when it concerns resources at women's shelters. Few women's shelters in Canada are accessible to women with disabilities in terms of physical accessibility. In Montreal and in the provinces and territories, there are a total of 472 women's shelters. Out of these, there are 210 shelters which are considered fully accessible. The term fully accessible is questionable. The shelters do not have the adequate space in the facility for women with disabilities who require for their transports. A Hoyer lift is a hydraulic device that mechanically hoists a person with a physical limitation from one spot to another.
Women shelter have a lift. available for this women. Yeah, okay, from being calling a person in class in Quebec. Where the African women sector are considered to be falsely accessible. This is a hundred women category on need to be universally accessible to all women. Women circles that are partially accessible in itself are discriminatory. For these women cannot access them.
Moreover, women's shelters do not have a Hoya lift available for women with disabilities. This was confirmed by calling approximately 12 shelters in Quebec. 114 women's shelters are considered to be partially accessible. This leaves 148 women's shelters which are unaccounted for. All women's shelters need to be universally accessible to all women. Women's shelters that are partially accessible is in itself discriminatory for women with disabilities who cannot access them.
Women sectors do not provide personal care provider. Women sectors do not provide personal care provider. Is someone that provides contact a personal care, a personal hygiene, cooking, cleaning, etc. That person can be a parent, guardian, rehab partner, friend, women, CSC, agency, staff, and part worker.
Women's shelters not providing personal care providers. Women's shelters do not provide personal care providers for women with disabilities. A personal care provider is someone that provides some type of personal care, personal hygiene, cooking, cleaning, etc. This person can be a parent, guardian, wife, husband, partner, friend, roommate, CLSC, agency, or self-employed worker, and so on.
This good commentary experience that each woman has already enjoyed. The lesson that each woman has need to worry about is having her who will be the appreciative of the women. Okay. It should be a fundamental right for this woman to provide care adequate people.
Due to the traumatizing experience that these women have already endured, the last thing that women with disabilities need to worry about is having to organize who will be their personal care provider at the women's shelter. It should be a fundamental right for women with disabilities to have women's shelters provide trained and adequate personal care providers. A quote from the United Nations on accessibility. As set out in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability only limited in their ability to participate in society as a result of their interaction with barriers that any society permits to exist, which may be physical obstacles, policies, legislation, or discriminatory behavior and prejudicial attitudes.
Where you have found any mistreatment, any barrier against a person, a good can mean for physical and treatment, any extra barrier they can raise and person any kind of aggression.
What is abuse? It is defined as any mistreatment or any violence against a person. Abuse can come in many forms, such as physical or verbal maltreatment, injury, assault, violation, rape, unjust practices, crimes, or other types of aggression. Approximately 1 in 5 women with disabilities will experience some form of violence throughout her life. Different forms consist of emotional, physical, or sexual violence or abuse committed by a current or former partner. Violation can also be as subtle as someone purposefully transferring, holding, or grabbing a woman with disabilities in an inappropriate manner. Women with disabilities are approximately 2 times more likely than compared to those without a disability to experience abuse. Women with disabilities who have severe or intellectual disabilities are at a greater risk of some form of violation, approximately 3 to 4 times more likely than compared to those without a disability to experience abuse. Violence from a personal care provider. According to Statistics Canada, it is important to note that women with disabilities who have severe disabilities tend to be individuals that require increased amounts of assistance from a personal care provider, which can potentially result in a greater risk to experience some form of abuse. The statistics of violence and sexual assault towards women with disabilities are based on reports to the police. Due to the fact that not all women report incidences of assault, this presumably means that the rates of violence against women with disabilities are much higher. Frequently, for women with disabilities who do suffer abuse, it is from a personal care provider.
Why women with disabilities do not report abuse. These women at the police are not disability. You can have disability to change papers against women with a variant can replace the fear then bigger offender. But 8% against women figure the offender and not be convicted at the penny. By 1% women do not report the incident to the police because they did not want the hassle of dealing with the court process.
Reasons why women with disabilities do not report abuse. Women with disabilities believe that the police will not take her seriously due to her disability. 25% of women with disabilities who are victims of violent crimes reported to fear acts of revenge by the offender. 48% of women with disabilities feel that the offender would not be convicted or adequately punished. 41% of women with disabilities do not report the incidences to police because they do not want the hassle of dealing with the court process. Women with disabilities are estimated to be 1.5 to 10 times more likely to be abused than our non-disabled women, depending on whether or not they live in a community or institutional setting. Abuse against women with disabilities includes a wide range of behaviors that women who are not disabled may not experience. For example, women with disabilities often have to rely on others to help them with mobility, toileting, eating, bathing, or other daily tasks. This dependence requires quite intimate relationships with a wide range of others, including partners, caregivers, health professionals, transportation providers, and other family members. Dependence on a large network of relationships increases the chances that a woman who is disabled will experience abuse.
My friend cover these women cry and second. Even the woman says them. And I am when the can be hostile towards this woman. I need to create a dangerous situation for this woman. First incident. There were other children and bad women contemporary with organization. The key is support as a means of navigation. Her neighbors can the police of the resident and past woman with the separation of making some attachment noise in the hardware. A separation is essential for a regular and right person to get in a new environment.
Mindfulness towards women with disabilities, clients, and shelters. Even if women's shelters are accessible, the environment within the shelter can be hostile towards women with disabilities. Attitudes are ableist, which creates a dangerous situation for women with disabilities. First incidents. There was a visually impaired woman who temporarily resided at a women's shelter. She used a support cane as a means of navigation. Her neighbor called the police on the visually impaired woman because her support cane was making too much noise tapping in the hallway. The support cane is essential for a visually impaired or blind person that is in a new environment. Question: would the neighbor have called the police if there was a screaming child that was having a temper tantrum in the hallway?
Second incident. A woman takes a picture of prayer. Yeah. Away in a closet with a woman shelter was not accessible. Even though the picture may have been well intended, the person was not necessary. An individual who requires prayer usually cannot scale. Therefore, they cannot access the sector in the first place. Demonstrate that education with federalism and misuse of families.
The second incident. A women's shelter purchased a Hoyer lift. The Hoyer lift was put away in a closet because the women's shelter itself was not accessible. Even though the purchase may have been well intended, the purchase was not necessary as individuals who require Hoyer lifts usually cannot climb stairs. Therefore, they cannot access the shelter in the first place, demonstrating lack of education, which further results in misuse of funds. The lack of personal care providers in shelters. What does this mean? As a consequence of women with disabilities not having accessible shelters, these women are more likely to remain in the hands of their abusers for the following reasons. Women with disabilities do not have anywhere to go due to few to no women's shelters being accessible for women with disabilities. Not having the adequate staff at these shelters, they are untrained and unable to provide basic care for women with disabilities. There is another potential danger for women's shelters not providing the adequate accessibility. Women with disabilities who have to bring their own personal care provider can put their personal care provider as well. The user able to contact them or knows where their personal care provider lives.
Many Andy women fairly with abusive situation due to the fact that they may not be provided for serious support. There are resources available for the financial stability, safety, housing, and so on. These women are not ready to be accessed social, economic, around care. And betraying the abuser makes fear. Fear, abusive caregiver finding out uncertainty make the situation worse.
Many women with disabilities fear leaving their abusive situation due to the fact that her needs may not be provided for if she leaves the sport. The lack of resources available to women with disabilities, such as financial stability, subsidized housing, and so on. Women with disabilities are more likely to be at a socioeconomic disadvantage. The thought of leaving and betraying the abuser may instill fear. Fear of the abusive caregiver finding out can potentially make the situation worse.
Depending on the day disability, she may not be physically able to care for herself. Care assistance also depending on the disability. Many women may physically be unable to seek help. Not knowing when to go to ask for basically domination depending on the caregiver. The may come back, yeah, the woman cannot live survive without abusive people.
Depending on the type of disability, she may be physically unable to care for herself without some type of assistance. Depending on the type of disability, many of these women may physically be unable to leave or to seek help. Certain variables include not knowing where to go, or the actual inability to leave, domination or dependence on the caregiver. The personal care provider might convince the woman with disability that she cannot live or survive without the abusive personal care provider. Oh, okay. You want me to read it? Flaws in the public transit system. Another imperative concern is the common phenomenon with women's shelters and their geographical locations. This has been prevalent across Canada. Due to the fact that the majority of women's shelters are located in the core of the main cities and that rural areas are under-resourced, women with disabilities in rural areas are particularly vulnerable. Rural areas are more apt to have increased rates of violence towards women with disabilities. The public transit systems in cities and rural areas are not reliable when it comes to accessibility for mobility devices, and paratransit is virtually impossible to get at a moment's notice. As Statistics Canada points out, that women with disabilities who have a severe disability generally have greater difficulty using the public transit system. Nearly half, 46.1%, of women with severe or very severe disabilities who use public or specialized transit reported having some or a lot of difficulty using these services. Reasons being mobility issues in terms of walking, maneuvering their mobility device, lack of orientation, and so on. It is important to note that women with disabilities who have severe disabilities tend to be individuals that require increased amounts of assistance from a personal care provider, which can potentially result in a greater risk to experience some form of abuse. Question: women with disabilities who reside in rural areas or those who have more severe disabilities who have difficulty using the regular transit system, how will they physically reach the women's shelters?
And now we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Okay, yeah, so now it's time for a 5-minute break.
Okay, I think we're just gonna wait for Sandra to join back in. And then we'll be able to keep going. Oh, perfect, Sandra's here. All right, so sorry, Sandra, we had to end the screen sharing to clarify a question about the ASL interpretation. So I think you can go ahead.
Thank you.
The Canadian Women Organization states that women with disabilities who are less educated are on average at increased risk of being abused. Only 15.7% of women with disabilities have obtained a bachelor's degree or higher. Only 10.6% of women with severe or very severe disabilities have obtained a bachelor's degree or higher. An individual's education level influences their quality of life. With a higher level of education, women with disabilities will be more inclined to be socioeconomically stable, self-reliant, will have the resources to leave an abusive situation.
I'm thinking that women are less inclined to have a post-secondary education. This creates a spiral effect. Less educated equals lower pay employment. Lower pay employment is less financial stability. Less financial stability equals less able to find appropriate resources she is an abusive relationship.
Unfortunately, women with disabilities are less inclined to have a post-secondary education. This in turn creates a spiral effect. Less education equals lower paid employment. Lower paid employment equals less financial stability. Less financial stability equals less likely to find the appropriate resources if she is in an abusive situation.
I job people with disabilities find some living on the streets. 46% of all Canadian women who report having ever experienced homelessness have and disabilities.
As a result, people with disabilities may find themselves living on the streets. 46% of all Canadian women who reported having ever experienced homelessness had a disability.
My suggestion had my post-secondary education not from the first possibility post-secondary education must be affordable for these women. Educational institutions to be able to provide these women government funding and supplemental funding to alleviate the financial burden of expensive government programs can also provide incentives for these women to apply for funding to assist with their costs.
My suggestions on how to make post-secondary education more affordable. Educational institutions. First possibility. Post-secondary education must be affordable for women with disabilities. Educational institutions should be able to provide women with disabilities government grants or supplemental funding to alleviate the financial burden of expenses. Government programs can also provide incentives for women with disabilities to apply for funding to assist with their cost.
You take a giving up. Each one is handle individual incorrect witness. Yeah. Including the on-way alignment development include high school career vocational program, teacher and university. These women should be given resources and articulate employment within their field.
The disciplines must be diverse, given that women with disabilities each have their own individual interests, strengths, weaknesses, including their own ways of learning. Grants must include high school, career or vocational programs, CEGEP, and university. Women with disabilities should be given resources in order to gain employment within their field.
Second possibility, this organization or council will associate with a population of people with disabilities indicate a program with funds available for these women. All over here, these women having a post-secondary education. The lady base had a better establish the socioeconomic stability and so on within Virginia relation about quality of life.
The second possibility. Different organizations or councils which are associated with the population of people with disabilities need to set up a program with funds available for women with disabilities. As a result of women with disabilities having a post-secondary education, the likelihood that women with disabilities will have a better established job, socioeconomic stability, and so on will increase, which generally leads to a better quality of life.
January available. Then allocated media need to be implemented on body and view. These algorithms inform the general public education for the summer be victimized. They can contact the proper authorities.
General awareness of violence. General advertising on many forms of media needs to be implemented on violence and abuse. These advertisements will inform the general public that if they suspect that someone is being victimized, that they should contact the proper authorities. Professionals and various institutions. Various professionals of government institutions, such as medical, educational, and various organizations for people with disabilities, must be aware of available resources so they can assist women with disabilities experiencing abuse. Oftentimes, women with disabilities may not be aware of the abusive situation that they are in, or they are too ashamed, scared, or embarrassed to tell anyone.
I'm telling him the pamphlet might be available on the location with the information on a different type of research. The pamphlet would be for victims of that in or public providing information about where to call, where to go if a person is a victim or a person suspected someone being victimized. The entire information this get to increase awareness about it and these women and to the general public. Okay.
Alternative methods. Pamphlets must be available at all of the above locations, which provides information on the different types of abuses. The pamphlets would be for victims as well as for the general public, providing information about where to call, where to go if a person is a victim or a person suspects that someone is being victimized. The intent of implementing these strategies is to increase the awareness of violence against women with disabilities and to the general public. Note, an increase of awareness does not keep women with disabilities safe if women's shelters are not accessible.
I just want to have a view. The very biggest of the alien population is a women get older. The alien population will grow. I just women may require reachable I may become unable to care for themselves. In 2007, only 3% of the population were over the age of 8. In 2011, the Asian population represented 13% of the population.
Elderly women at risk of abuse. The vulnerability of the aging population. As the baby boomers get older, the aging population will grow. Elderly women may require personal care providers as they become unable to care for themselves. In 2007, only 3% of the population were over the age of 80. In 2011, the aging population represented 15% of the population. Abuse in long-term care facilities. There are numerous motives as to why these abuses occur. Some of the reasons are being understaffed and overworked, not enough time to provide adequate quality of care, long hours, burnout, having the control and power over the residents. This is relevant in today's news with COVID-19. The pandemic has escalated the matter. Neglect and deaths have occurred due to inappropriate care in these facilities. Regardless of the reason, there is absolutely no excuse whatsoever for abusing a patient that someone is caring for. Note: women with disabilities are also at risk of being abused if they reside in long-term care facilities. Reasons why seniors do not report the abuse. The reasons are similar to why women with disabilities do not report their abuser. Reasons being fear of retaliation from the abuser, being dependent for basic needs, food, shelter, clothing, and healthcare. Embarrassment from telling anyone that a family member or caregiver is harming them or stealing their money. Feelings of hopelessness, powerlessness, especially when the abuser is very controlling. Communication barriers such as dementia.
Where do we go from here? My recommendation on public women character and articulation university because of perspective for these women. There need to be a gap and articulate for prior project of purple government funding could create small private women shelter funding with Malaysia Canberra. The success and this cycle with damage when the need for the accessible sector and which can more shelter to be created for these women.
Where do we go from here? Sandra's recommendations on improving women's shelters in order to become universally inclusive, especially for women with disabilities. The following are steps which need to be addressed in order for change to take place. Pilot project. Apply funding to create one small private women's shelter for women with disabilities within the vicinity of Montreal, Quebec. The success of this women's shelter will demonstrate that there is a need for accessible women's shelters, and with time, more shelters will be created for women with disabilities.
So can go to create women shelters where are accessible to these women. A beginning would be creating women's shelters where are university design. The geographical location with each western and central California. May not permit facilitate but it will have some distribution.
Short-term goal: to create women's shelters which are accessible to women with disabilities. A beginning would be to have 3 women's shelters which are universally designed. The geographical locations would be Eastern, Western, and Central Canada. This is not a permanent solution, except it will allow some distributions. Longer-term goal: all women's shelters must be accessible and able to provide services to all women. Feasibility: it may be more cost-efficient to build new women's shelters for women with disabilities, taking into consideration the age and physical structures of the women's shelters that currently exist. Often, Older buildings may be more costly to improve accessibility, while the entire structure of the building cannot support the modifications that are needed. Easier access to women's shelters. Having various ways in which women with disabilities can contact and go to women's shelters, therefore creating different technologies to cater to the special needs that women with disabilities may require to contact help. Various technologies include a hotline, calling 911, an app, including TTY, and so on.
Rural area. Need one regional area. How you get facilitate women's sector? All Muslims are development easier, easy access, and imperative that the response time effective. Additional specification. The women's sector must also provide why for example, especially if the telephone for people who are very impaired have the ability to provide ASL or interpretation services. Mine have provided life plan material to people who are visually impaired as well as reading material. Communication or the women session must require have and I can't be running or to target when they just
Rural areas. Women with disabilities who reside in rural areas, how do they physically get to women's shelters? All measures that are developed must be easy to use, easy access, and it is imperative that the response time is efficient. Additional specifications. The women's shelters must also provide TTY, TDD, for example, specially equipped telephones, for people who are hearing impaired, must have the ability to provide ASL, LSQ, or interpretation services, must also provide large print reading materials to people who are visually impaired, as well as Braille reading materials. Transportation. All of the women's shelters must be required to have their own adapted minivan in order to transport the women with disabilities to the shelter.
Second provide consular the women the LGBTQ community. Second, please. I am brave in the women's culture, but we are definitely trying and ever provide better personal care for these women. Culture needs to hire more employees that are first to service their to be efficiently for these women regarding the shelter for longer and depending on their specific needs.
Shelters must provide equal services to women with disabilities in the LGBTQ community. Shelter employees. All employees in the women's shelters must be adequately trained and able to provide basic personal care for women with disabilities. Shelters may need to hire more employees that are specifically there to be a personal care provider for women with disabilities residing at the shelters for longer and depending on their specific needs. Providing personal care providers. Women with disabilities who require a personal care provider, and depending on the type of violence from the aggressor, the woman with disability may need to be able to bring her own personal care provider. This may be an inconvenience, except the personal care provider may be at risk as well. The abuser may potentially be psychologically unstable. Hereby, the women's shelters are compelled to provide women with disabilities with adequate personal care providers. High priority. Developing new policies, procedures, and interventions which would better service women with disabilities who are experiencing abuse and violence.
I am good might not be a real can create abusive relationship she needs. Opinion will be provided for when she decides to leave. Women shelter will also provide women assistance and seeking community taking it higher and so this was happening when we capitalized.
Adequate resources. Having sufficient resources for women with disabilities, these women might not be as reluctant to leave her abuser or abusive relationship if her needs will be provided for when she decides to leave. Women's shelters must also provide women with disabilities assistance when seeking socioeconomic stability, subsidized housing, and so on. This will help women with disabilities be self-reliant. Before wrapping up, we are in a global crisis with the COVID-19 pandemic. Theory would be that domestic violence has sharply increased during this strenuous period. Reasons being people are either in self-quarantine or in social distancing, being in constant quarters with household members, the uncertainty of how long the situation will last, perhaps being isolated from other family members and loved ones, added stresses, lack of employment, not knowing when next paycheck will come, the inability to pay rent, mortgage, bills, groceries, and so on. The violent behavior will most likely increase due to the stressors and with the feeling of everything being out of control. Toronto has seen an increase of 22% of domestic violence incidents. Experts predict that we are following in the same direction as China, that saw a rise of 50% of domestic violence incidents during the pandemic. Women's shelters have already seen a sharp increase for women that need to stay in a residence. Unfortunately, with COVID-19, the shelters are now not able to take as many women as usual due to social distancing requirements. Question: given the fact that women with disabilities need to bring their own personal care provider to the women's shelters, how are they going to do so with COVID-19 measures in place and the social distancing protocol?
I'm very hope that Canada. Yeah, gained beautifully taken this comment on and these are very precious.
finding help across Canada. If you are in immediate danger or fear for your safety, please call 911. Here are some of the hotlines if you need them. We'll linger on this page for a little bit longer.
And give my references.
That's her references.
And before we go to Q&A,
Before we go to Q&A,
I would like to get Mr. and Evan Ross
Sandra would like to thank Mitchell and everyone involved
for having a great concert and thank you for inviting me.
for having a great conference, and thank you for inviting her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Do you want to type these or answer them?
Whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so the first question.
The first question is, what suggestions would you have for women with disabilities who are uncomfortable going to a shelter for the reasons you discussed today?
Yeah, we're working on this issue. Yeah, it are very problematic issue that has to be addressed.
So she says this is why she's working on this issue, because this is very important and it needs to be addressed.
I hope you answered your question.
She hopes that answers your question. Next question / comment. As Sandra mentioned earlier, for as a long-term goal, colleges and universities to have universal accessible designs as well in larger society, and in turn, would this greatly reduce the percentage of women with disabilities in women's shelters or the need for new women's shelters?
Well, hopefully it will do, because there will be better idea and there will be able to support them. So,
Hopefully, it will reduce the need for women's shelters, because they will be able to support themselves and have resources.
yeah. Yeah, I feel question.
Is that all the questions? All right.
Oh.
I feel statistics vary a lot when it comes to violence. Some studies show that 80% of women with disabilities experience sexual violence, and others talk about 1 out of 5 women with disabilities experience violence. What would explain these differences in all these different studies?
I know what you mean,
She knows what you mean.
but also I go to the government website.
She often goes to the government website.
So hopefully, yeah, but more accurate.
So hopefully that's a bit more accurate.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question.
Yeah.
The shelters that are accessible, do they advertise that they are accessible on their website or on their
The one that I And
The ones that she looked at online,
it's how I feel that we're partially accessible.
she saw a few that said that they were partially accessible,
Meaning that a person in a mobility device can get in the building,
that means someone with a mobility device can get in the building,
but the building itself was not really big enough
but the building itself isn't really big enough
to maneuver inside.
to maneuver inside.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you.
If there's any more questions, let's do those now. And if not, we can take a break before Lisa's presentation at 1:30. So let's just wait maybe a minute and we'll see if there's any more questions.
Yeah.
Anonymous, just someone.
I say.
No, it's okay.
All right, Sandra, thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael.
That was really great.
Thank
We really appreciate you coming to speak today.
you.
All right, I think we'll take a break and then we'll start at 1:30 with Lisa's presentation on deaf identity and accessibility. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Lisa. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. Do you have a PowerPoint that you're going to need to share? Or do you just need us to make your video big?
No, it's just me.
Okay, perfect.
I'm just going to sign, that's all.
Okay, perfect. So
Thanks.
let me just get you set up and we'll start in a few minutes.
Perfect. Sounds good. Thanks so much, Mitchell. I just got the food delivery.
I just want to make sure, can everyone see both the presenter and the ASL interpreter clearly? Maybe we can just do a raising of the hands if people can see or can't see, or if the hands are up, that means you can see both. Okay, perfect. I see a lot of hands shooting up, so I think that means we're all good to go. So I think we'll give it another minute or two, Lisa, and then we can get started.
Yeah, okay. That sounds good. Lisa and I are just talking about Zoom and getting used to this platform. Lisa and the interpreter are just talking about Zoom, having this many people on one platform, having both hearing and deaf people involved, how great that is.
All right, I think we can get started. It's exactly 1:30, so we're keeping good time. Lisa, if you're ready, we can get started with your presentation. Awesome. So this is Lisa on deaf identity and accessibility. Take it away.
Great. I just think it's very important to talk about deaf community and deaf culture in this situation because it's very important to learn who people are and that people have the right to live differently, to communicate differently in this world that we live in, to be their own person. We don't need to focus on just someone's ears, their ability to hear, but we can also focus on deaf people as individuals and understand who people are really. Not focusing so much on fixing someone's disability, but focus on, for example, for me, on who I am. Take discrimination out of it. We don't need to just focus on someone's ability to hear or not or what level, but instead we can focus on who people are. My first school was the Montreal Oral School for the Deaf, which is the MOSD. And there I learned speech at the age of 3. Because my parents thought, oh, well, that would be good for my education, for my future, for my job prospects. But luckily, my parents really strongly believed in me. And they learned that the MOSD would not allow me to learn ASL, deaf culture, to develop a deaf identity or be involved in the deaf community, but that was strictly banned. And they decided to find another school for me. The interpreters are just adjusting a couple things with Lisa. We're making sure everyone can see each other. Great. Now we're all set. So I wanted to learn my language. I wanted to develop a deaf identity, know my natural language and my natural culture. And that wasn't something I was able to do at the MOSD. And my parents knew that it wouldn't be fair to me to be focusing solely on my ability to hear or lack thereof, but that I really did need to develop that language, identity, and culture. So thanks so much to my parents. Now I have the identity that I still hold here today. I want to speak a bit about cochlear implants, or CIs. My parents didn't do that for me, and I'm lucky that I have my deaf identity because I haven't had a cochlear implant. My parents thought that I would just be a unique child when I was born without hearing. So as I got older, they asked me if I did want to have a cochlear implant, but I decided no, because I was proud of my deaf identity. I like the way I am, and I didn't want to change that for anything. I learned so much about who I am and how much my identity is important to me. So that's something I really cherish. And some people in the deaf community are very against it, especially for babies who are just born, because they really need a chance to decide for themselves, will they want it or will they not? ASL is a real privilege. It's wonderful to be able to learn that language, and it's good for babies' development as well, and for the families as well to learn ASL and deaf culture. You don't want an ASL to be taken away from them, and the way that society looks at deaf culture now in a negative light really does take ASL away. So we really need to value our deaf culture and to have that in families as well. You know that 9 in 10 children are born to hearing, deaf children are born to hearing parents. So for a lot of those parents, they will choose cochlear implants that their children can develop the ability to speak, but they can also learn ASL. We have a lot of options, and ASL has so much involved in it. It's signs, it's facial expression, gesture, use of the body. And, within the deaf community as well, we have a lot of variety, For me, I can't hear anything. I'm profoundly deaf. I can't talk on the phone, for instance, but I can speech read and I can speak some. So, for me, that's really hard for me to guess words if I don't have access to ASL. But I feel lucky that I do have that language that I've been able to pick up. And also connects me to all the other people in the deaf community who also know ASL. So then we're able to communicate with each other and have a tight-knit community. So next I'll talk about my school years. So I went to go to high school and get a diploma for my future so I'd be able to have a good job. When I went into high school, I wanted to go to a mainstream school with hearing students, but I didn't want to just be in a deaf group. And I was concerned because I really wanted to have a high school diploma. I didn't want to go to a school where I would leave high school but not actually graduate with a diploma. So I was very disappointed and that there wasn't more structural support for me as a high school student. It really should be the same for deaf and hearing students, that we all have the ability to go to high school. So with the support of my parents, they were very supportive of me. I was able to go and find another school. I looked for a year, and then I found one, but the one barrier is that there was no interpreter. So, you know, here in Quebec, there's very few interpreters, so that was a real challenge. I had to do a lot of adjustments, a lot of working with people to figure out how to communicate. I, was learning math through, without an ASL interpreter. So it was really challenging for me, but I didn't quit. I had my dream. I wanted to get a diploma. I wanted to go to college. And so I pursued it actively. I refuse to give up in the face of barriers. I won't let people's perceptions of me being deaf change my life. I want to show people that I can do it and that other deaf people can do it too, So now I want to talk a bit about ASL as the language. A lot of people are very curious about how to communicate with deaf people, which is great. The deaf community uses a lot of different languages, but so that you know what ASL is American Sign Language. Now understand that ASL has body language in it, it has gestures, it has slang within the deaf community, so all of that's incorporated in ASL as well. There's the National Center for Deaf and Other Communication Disorders, NCIDC. And they have so many different amazing resources. It's about how it's in your face, how you show you're interested. People a lot of times think that ASL is a lot like written English, but it's really not the same. Just like you have vocal inflection and you have cultural differences in how someone talks, same thing in sign language, that you have different ways that people sign that reflect their culture, that reflect their emotion. It's really very expressive. So American Sign Language began about 200 years ago, and up till today, we're still learning ASL. We're still learning and developing it. So yes, there's different accents, there's rules, there's there's different pronunciation, word order, grammar. It has all of these elements of language. And deaf people can learn ASL and can learn deaf identity through ASL as well. And so how do you communicate with a deaf person? It's a really good question. If you don't have to know ASL fully 100%, there's a lot of other things you can do. So remember, when you first try to communicate with a deaf person, you might feel a bit awkward, a bit uncomfortable. That's okay. It's totally natural. We understand. So you might use a paper to write back and forth. And a deaf person is going to appreciate that you try to communicate. Whether it's gesture or writing, it's just great that someone makes the effort. Also, remember to take your time. Deaf people understand if you're trying to communicate that you're putting a lot of work into it and it takes a long time to become fluent too in ASL. We'll understand. Also know that deaf people are very visual. Eyes are our way of taking in the world. So eye contact is very important to show your respect. If you have an interpreter there, still don't look at the interpreter. Focus on the deaf person you're communicating with, because they're really the person you should be paying attention to. And from the beginning to end of the communication, you have body language, you have eye contact, but you also might, be exchanging smiles, be using your body language and lots of other ways to communicate what you're trying to say. So those are a few things I think I've put out there for you to keep in mind. Yeah. Great, thank you. All right.
Cool. Were there any questions so far?
Okay.
I think there's a question from Wafa. I'm gonna add Wafa's screen.
Hi, Wafa. Hey, how are you doing, Lisa? I'm good. How you doing? Oh, it's so nice to finally connect. Yeah, it's great.
We're just letting Wafa know that we need to see her whole hand, so adjusting her camera.
Better. That's great.
So thanks for taking my question. Is it okay that I go ahead with the question? Yeah, okay, great. I just want to make sure that everyone's ready. My question for you, Lisa, I identify with a lot of what you were saying in your presentation, comparing my own upbringing from, I was born in the
1975.
1975, and I went through a lot of oral training, which was oppressive in its way because I didn't have a lot of exposure to sign language. I had to communicate with my family with lip reading, which is very frustrating. I understand that this was using Arabic, which is not the same as lip reading English, for example. And it was, with my immediate family, but also with my extended family, a lot of practice lip reading in that sort of challenging situation, and not a lot of sign language introduction or exposure. Okay. Oh, my screen has changed. Okay. I was initially exposed to sign language at the age of 11, which was a very unfamiliar experience to me. It was sort of rushed, and I had to learn very quickly and very fast. And school was very difficult. And when I moved to Canada, things were very awkward, and it was a cultural shift, and there were different spoken languages now that I had to endure. And I feel like I sweat blood and tears integrating myself into the society and being exposed to LSQ as well. And there's such a lack of interpreters available in the field. I went to college for about 5 years, which is about 2 years more than my hearing peers. And now, I'm in the job market, but it's still quite frustrating. I still find myself at McDonald's, even though I have a CJEP diploma. And it's just, with all the different oppressions that exist linguistically, but also in my current workplace, it's like, it seems that I'm not the only one. I know that a lot of deaf folks go through the same thing, whether they be immigrants or not. And so I just wanted to let you know that I really appreciated your presentation. I love that you persevered. I feel like there'll be a lot of perseverance to come as well, to make sure that we are our best selves in a society that makes it difficult.
And you graduated?
Yes, I did. I did go to adult ed, and then afterwards I went to Dawson College, the CJEP. It was a long process for many of the different courses that I had to take while I was at Dawson. There was also some anxiety I have around my age, that I'm quite older, and now I find myself at McDonald's.
Oh, but what's your passion? What would you love to do?
I would love to learn more about computers and about math, but I've sort of had to let that go.
Yeah, keep it going.
But it's so hard with the lack of interpreters in Montreal.
You'll find interpreters. I know it's hard, but don't give up. You can do it. Yeah, I know the English is tough.
Yeah, I feel like I was in school before, and now it's been so long that I've been out of school.
But your English is good. Your English is fine.
I'm trying to keep my English at a certain level, but it's easy to forget languages, I find.
Don't give up. I know there's lots of barriers, but you can definitely do it.
It's just really hard, like in terms of, you know, I don't know, just contacts with humans, and it's not easy. It just feels like there's something lacking um, um, on an infrastructure level. And again, I come back to Bill C-81 and how I had this impression that there would be a lot of gains after the bill was passed, but that's not come to pass yet.
We definitely need more advocacy.
Yeah, a lot more advocacy. It makes me think just about, you know, on an infrastructure level still, like even advocating requires form filling out, which requires a certain literacy competency. And if you don't have that, then what you're trying to advocate for is just, I mean, I look at the LSQ deaf community and I try and keep my contacts with them and to try to familiarize myself with the French advocacy. And I see how like, I just wish that, you know, the forums had sort of an online, the forums were online and that there were interpretations or sign language translations embedded into the form that would make it more accessible for deaf folks whose sign language is the first language, so that instead of reading a question, you could view a small clip of a translation and then answer the question. But that's not widely available yet. And something that I've tried to ask for and tried to advocate for, but it's just, you know, I have been in touch with them, Lisa, as you're suggesting. It's just not happening, and so we have to resort to writing back and forth, and it's just, you know, things just remain unclear.
Yeah, lots of communication issues for sure. It's really challenging. We definitely need more advocacy.
I know that the Americans have the ADA, or the Americans with Disability Act, and I wish Canada had something that was just as impactful and useful here. And yet at the same time, I look next door at Ontario and I know they have a lot of access, but Quebec, the same access doesn't exist here.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa.
Great. If I can just add, so I'm just gonna add a little bit more about that. Yes, there is access for ASL, but also in terms of technological access, for example, like a TTY, a device you can use to communicate through the phone. There's that one, that's one option. There's video relay service, which is VRS Canada. So you can phone, a deaf person and a hearing person can contact each other through the phone and have an interpreter in between to interpret their phone call. So that took a lot of work to get done, but that's now available. There's also hearing aids. You know, the technology is really incredible. You know, when I was growing up, I had an FM system, which would allow me to communicate with people. And that would help boost my level of hearing. But yeah, it's really changing. So there's definitely lots of improvements in technology. I mean, we have ASL and we have lots of other access options as well. So we need a lot more fight in terms of our system and in our community to change that, and in our culture to change that. You know, when I was just a baby, you know, they didn't know what to do with me kind of as a child, you know. But now, like, as a grown up, I can like talk to my parents. You know, my parents asked me when I was older. You know, they decided, even though they weren't sure when I was a child whether CI would be the best option, they decided to just leave me at that point and not pursue that. But now as an adult, they've asked me and they respected my choice that ASL is a beautiful language and that's what I need and that's what I'll be keeping. All right.
All right, I'm gonna read the next question if that works for you. Sorry? Okay. So I think the first one that came in was from Edgar. How do you communicate to deaf folks who only speak LSQ?
Oh, good. That's a good question. So ASL and LSQ are different sign languages. As I mentioned, American Sign Language has its own regionalisms depending on the people and where they're from and where they're using. So when I encounter someone who's LSQ, it's a conversation about, like, we learn from each other. What does that sign mean when you use it? What does my sign mean when it uses it? What signs are new and not present in each other's sign languages? And so we just learn. It can be challenging sometimes. Sometimes I'm in a situation where I find it difficult to understand, and we often miscommunicate and misunderstand each other if I'm communicating with an LSQ deaf person. And so, especially when it comes to like using an interpreter, for example, if an LSQ French interpreter has been hired and I only know ASL, that can be problematic. And so that's why I prefer ASL English interpreters. And so there are impacts on access in that way, but I was exposed to American Sign Language at the age of 5. I did at some point learn a little bit of LSQ, but it's not my first language, and so it doesn't come as naturally to me.
All right. So there's another question. This is from Yolanda. They ask, can you please share some information about the deafblind community and their system of communication? I think it's one of the most marginalized groups when talking about ableism. Thanks.
Sure, that's another good question. So deaf people are sometimes referred to as like people of the eye or visual people. And so a lot of deaf people actually, I feel, are a little bit tense when they come across a deaf-blind person, because the deaf-blind person is without the sense of sight, which is the sense that deaf people prize the most of themselves. And so there's a sort of a double discrimination that deaf-blind people can encounter, which shouldn't be the case. I know that deaf-blind people are often tactily inclined. They receive information of their environment and also communicate using tactile methods. And so that would be I guess the sense that they would prize the most of themselves, because that's where they get most of their information. Sign languages are adaptable for deaf-blind people. You can sign into someone's hand, and there are other ways that you can use tactile means to use sign language, but for a deaf-blind person to communicate effectively.
Thank you. We have another question. This person, they wrote it anonymously. They want to know, what messages or advice do you have for deaf and hard of hearing youth in terms of navigating between deaf and hearing world?
Well, I consider myself a member of both worlds as well. My family is completely composed of hearing people. I'm the only one, and so even with my own family, I go between both different communities, and so there's a reciprocity that needs to happen. I think hearing people, especially when considering my family, they learn a little bit of sign language for me, and I learn a little bit of their language so that we can effectively communicate. So it is a good question in terms of advice for the general deaf and hard of hearing community. I think ASL would be my first recommendation. It's what's easiest for me. And for example, my parents know sign language, and so we don't need to speak to each other in order to communicate. I think signing is just the common thread that we can both meet each other on in order to communicate. When it comes to school, I have a preference for immersion because I want the same education as hearing people receive, even though I do not hear myself, but I want to experience the education along with my hearing peers. And so that's my personal preference, and it's something that I enjoy. However, there are barriers to that, whether it be no interpreters or some other barrier. But my preference is always to navigate those two worlds, especially in an educational setting. That's something that I believe for myself that's important. And to never quit. It means we have to never quit.
Are you okay with taking another question, Lisa? I can read it to you. Yeah, I'll read you out the question. Mitchell.
Mitchell, Lisa, and Jordan are just clarifying what's the next piece.
Go ahead, Mitchell.
Okay, sorry. So we have a question, which sign language is more present in Montreal? Is LSQ more present than ASL? And what are the challenges regarding that?
For Quebec, I think it would be French, but for Montreal, I guess it's a mix of both, to be quite honest. Both sign languages are pretty useful. I mean, there's an intrinsic value to be bilingual, and so for a deaf person, I think it's also just equally as valuable to be bilingual in both sign languages. Just as, I mean, Quebec has a predominant Francophone community, but there is an Anglophone community, and so the same is true for the LSQ deaf community and for the ASL community. So I think though LSQ is more popular, I think it's important for deaf people to try and be bilingual in both. It's an opportunity, right, to expose ourselves to two different cultures.
So we have a question from Janice. She writes, I work in a daycare and wonder how is the best way to teach it to my group of children. And then she clarified, I should say that I am hearing, and in my classroom, all the children are hearing. We have one child who is selective mute. I would love to find a way to help him communicate with us and his peers.
I think ASL would be a great way to accomplish that. I think sort of immersion, if you were to teach ASL to have like immersion periods where everyone turns off their voice, so everyone's on the same playing field, and then everyone has to use what they know of sign language in order to communicate with each other. I've often recommended that to other folks if someone is, for whatever reason, not communicating verbally, that sign language is a great alternative to that. I think that would be a great idea if you did that.
All right. So there's a question here from Ali. She writes, being deaf and not being able to communicate verbally, how do you navigate advocacy on a broader sphere, but also on a personal level? And then she also writes, I love your necklace.
Oh, that's nice. Nice of you to say about the necklace. How does one dress for a Zoom conference anyway? Sorry, do you mind, Mitchell, do you mind repeating the first part?
Yeah, for sure. So being deaf and not being able to communicate verbally, how do you navigate advocacy on a broader scale, but also on a personal level?
The term or expression to speak out comes to mind. You have to focus, you have to let people know what it is that you need. You have to show the human side of yourself, and that you have a right, just as everyone else, to have access for whatever it is you're advocating to change, to have the adaptations that you need. We all have something that we need to advocate for, and though slow, I think the progress is promising and is coming in drips and drabs. And I think it's important to just to persevere and continue speaking out when you need to.
Lisa, I want to know, do you want to take a break, let some more people write in some questions, and then we'll come back in 5 minutes, or do you want to continue? A break? Yeah.
It's a good question. Let me see what
It's
time
2.
it is.
It's 2.
Okay, I think a break would be good. Just get some nosh and then I'll come back.
Okay, perfect. Let's take a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we'll be back. So if you have more questions, just write them in the Q&A.
Great, thank you. Hey Siri, call Brooke Nansekivel.
Calling Brooke Nansekivel.
Oh, maybe not.
Is everyone feeling ready? Okay, awesome. So I'll read you some more questions. So Lisa, Edgar has a question. Says, oh, where did it go? Sorry, I'm in a college in French, which has the program for becoming an interpreter. However, for folks who are hard of hearing, it's hard and you need a diagnosis to get the accommodations in classes. I think the person is asking for strategies on how to navigate that.
Yeah, so I've done a lot of self-advocacy. You know, yeah, it's a, we're just clarifying. Yeah, it's true. There's sometimes that you have to go through some of the medical system. It's true, but keep advocating. You know, there are a lot of deaf people. There are a lot of us around. And there are also deaf doctors you can go to, a couple who are famous, So believe in yourself, for sure. Keep advocating. So I definitely congratulate those. Sorry, clarifying the question again. Oh, wow, they're asking you for proof. I mean, I've had the same. I've had to show my proof, that people don't believe me that I'm deaf, and I have to show, my certificates and my medical records. I don't understand that way that they look at it, but sometimes they think you're not telling the truth, so you have to show them. It's a real bummer for sure. I know it's not great when they don't believe you, but especially because we're deaf, that's it. That's all. So yeah, I understand that's really, really challenging. Maybe, you can change the way that works if you go ahead and advocate. You could talk to them about what proof they need or why they feel they need that proof for you to get the accommodations you need. So it might be something you're able to fight for and that you could change. Yeah, we need to have accessibility, 100%.
All right, we have a question from Olivia. So Olivia asks, how can a hearing individual best support, engage with, and advocate for the deaf community? Olivia says, I have dreams of serving this community as a physician, but for now as a student. How can I begin to find my place as a hearing person who wants to support a community that I am not really a part of? I guess this is really a question of how to be an effective ally.
Sure, great question. You know, a lot of deaf people have a lot of struggles in terms of accessing medical care because they don't have access to an interpreter, and the doctor or other medical professional will just go ahead and try to communicate with them by speaking. You know, they'll miss things if they have allergies, for example, if they're in the hospital. So yeah, there are a lot of barriers for deaf people in terms of medical care. You know, again, especially with allergies, things like, you know, the nurse won't know that they're allergic to medication. It can get really, really difficult. So yes, deaf people definitely need more access and need help in terms of getting their communication needs met because those barriers are awful. Yeah, so that'd be good to have medical professionals who are allied with the deaf community.
Okay, so
Your question?
do you want me to move on with the next question?
Is there more? Did that answer your question, Olivia?
Let's see if Olivia will write in the chat. So Olivia added, yes, just curious how to become that kind of ally, like how to become that kind of ally.
I mean, you can start now by learning ASL, becoming fluent, communicating with deaf people. Right now, that's a great first step. You know, we always appreciate when people can learn our language. And then next steps, I think, you know, more ideas will come to you as you get more involved in the community and as you go further along. But I think really ASL is the first best step. Okay.
All right, so we have from Kimberly. Kimberly says, thank you so much for sharing. Can you share more of your thoughts about technology and how technology changes the way that folks communicate? And do you find anything about that helpful in particular?
Well, before I used an FM system, which is like hooked up to your hearing aids, and you had to turn it on and make sure it's activated, and that wasn't great. So I wasn't very fond of that. And then I had hearing aids, but I didn't like that either. Though it adds kind of background noise and static. But I know that a lot of tech is really helpful for a lot of deaf people. But things like today, like closed captions, that's my first time seeing that, you know, on a live talk. That's so cool. You know, my mom can't handle it for sure. She's like, there's the video, there's the closed captions. It's so hard to follow. But for me as a visual person, you know, I'm taking in things all the time. So, you know, deaf people are often more visual. So being able to take in closed captions plus what's going on the main screen. I used to use a GTY, I don't really anymore. You know, my parents used to help me a lot on the phone too. But now with video relay service, where you can make a phone call through an interpreting service, that's pretty incredible. That really helps take down a lot of barriers in terms of technology. So yeah, things are changing, things are improving. And yeah, hopefully it'll help us communicate more instead of setting up barriers, you know? And interpretation too, that's great. Definitely interpreters.
Thank you. Kim had a second question also, similar to Olivia's. Kim wants to know if you can share any common pet peeves or faux pas that you encounter so that hearing folks can be better allies to the deaf community. So things that hearing people do that, you know, shouldn't.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, a lot of times when people first meet a deaf person, yeah, they just stop. Whatever they're doing, they just drop it. They're so awkward. I sometimes bring up a piece of paper, um, and try to keep the conversation alive, but they're completely lost on what to do. Um, some people go, oh, hold on, I just need to figure out something. Like the communication becomes really awkward. But if people can learn just even a little bit of sign, that goes so far, so that people aren't so shocked, that they're ready to catch up and connect with someone. I see a lot more people are learning ASL. It's becoming more popular, so that's really encouraging. But of course, it's okay if people are going to make mistakes. They're trying to communicate. It's their first step. So yeah, to also try to be expressive, with your body language, just add a lot of that. That really helps. We might be able to catch more what you're saying, because body language is such a strong percentage of how we communicate what we're trying to say. So adding more body language and facial expression when you're communicating with a deaf person is definitely a plus.
So we have a question from Jen, who says that Jen also works with Janice at the daycare center, from that previous question about the teaching ASL in daycare. So Jen says, how would you explain to a parent who's not acceptive of their child being selective mute? Are there certain resources that you can give to that parent?
Well, in terms of deaf culture, we definitely turn our voices off, because we use sign language to communicate. For parents, it'd be great for them to learn ASL and teach that to their child. It doesn't matter if you're hearing or deaf, it's just great to learn American Sign Language. It's a good language. It can help the child in their future. And it's good for your brain development as well, especially for children, and for their visual acuity, not in terms of their sight, but just in terms of what they're picking up on. So I think there's a lot of benefits. So I'd really encourage people to start learning ASL. And if they don't speak, just teach them basic ASL. And they might add some words on later. They might go between both languages, both spoken and sign language. But really, I think it's better than nothing. So why not encourage them to learn ASL?
Thank you. There's a question from one of our moderators. Miles asks, how did you encourage your family to start learning ASL?
You mean my parents? Oh, my parents, yeah. That's a good question. My parents found out that I was deaf. They were shocked, of course. They weren't sure what to do. They asked lots of questions and put me in the oral school first. But, they just accepted me how I was. They didn't want to disregard, me in any way because I was deaf. They wanted to keep a really positive attitude. And I'm really lucky to have them as my parents. And they wanted to learn ASL because they knew that it was an important way to communicate with me. Because if they didn't know ASL, then how are they going to learn how to communicate with me? We would have to adapt to each other somehow. So they took that on. And then, my mom, when she was pregnant with my brother, she stopped taking that on so actively. And then my grandparents started learning more ASL. So it's really like everyone in my family learns ASL so that they can all communicate with me and make sure that I'm involved in their world. And ASL is now very part of their world as well. So it's just a unique, good situation. Yeah, they really supported me and believed in me a lot. Yeah.
So we have I guess a comment from Jen again. So Jen adds on, as a daycare educator in a daycare that has integration, it would be nice to have deaf children come into the daycares and show other children the beauty of ASL. Jen says, I took a class and I know basic ASL and it's opened up more communication, especially to kids that are learning language, so such as toddlers. And then, oh,
Well, why not? Like, I think that would be interesting to find deaf children in the community and have a visit day or something just to socialize with people that they wouldn't normally socialize with. Have a contact point from one community to another community. I guess the access point would be to find parents who have deaf children who know sign language, and then have that organize that visit from there. But I think that's a wonderful idea. Why not have a space where both worlds interact, where members of both worlds interact, to make it fair, to have them be immersive environments.
Monica asks, what kind of resources would you recommend in teaching toddlers ASL? Resources that aren't from teachers who are hearing.
I would recommend the MNB Mackay Rehabilitation Center. There are courses there, and there are a number of ASL instructors there. I don't have those resources on hand, but they would. And so if you were to contact them, I would definitely suggest them so that they could give you the resources necessary, because it would come from deaf resources. Because I agree with you, I don't think hearing resources or hearing instructors of ASL are reliable. I myself also am an instructor. I've taught ASL before.
Did anyone else have any other questions for Lisa about her presentation? If someone needs their camera or microphone turned on, write that in the chat. I think we'll give it a few minutes just to see if there's anyone else who wants to type in a question. All right, well, thank you so much, Lisa. This was really great.
Thank you all. Bye.
All right, thank you so much. So we'll have the next presentation. It'll be starting at 3 p.m., I believe it is.
Okay, so the next one, so we all have time. Great.
Exactly. Thank you so much. So at 3 p.m., I believe it is, Dominic and Marsha Ireland are going to be giving a presentation on inclusive Oneida language and culture.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm part of the turtle clan. I have 5 deaf children. I have 12 grandchildren. 7 of them are deaf. 3 of them are codas. I'm just going to change the view for a moment. I'm having trouble seeing. Okay.
Can everyone see both views for the presenter and the ASL interpreter?
Okay, great. So 12 grandchildren. And this May, California, you know, I'll have another one. So I'm 4th generation deaf in my family. And this granddaughter that I'll be having in May, we don't know whether she'll be hearing or deaf. We'll find out. So I grew up in the Oneida community in the Oneida Nation, and I was born and raised here. So I went to Deaf School, Deaf Institute in Milton. It was called the Ontario School for the Deaf. Went there in 1964.
thought you played with your dogs.
Just confirming a bit. So my family. I was the first person in my family to go to school in 1964. Before that, people had learned oral methods. And then people learned how to fingerspell only. They would just fingerspell everything. And then C, signed exact English. We followed English word order with ASL signs. Just freezing in the video, just pausing the interpretation for that. So I had to struggle a lot in terms of my schooling, in terms of learning American Sign Language, in terms of learning gestures. And understand too, for me, I'm an Indigenous person. So, of course, residential schools were very much present in my family and in my community and impacted me as well. So, of course, I grew up in an Oneida community. I was going to teach them finger spelling. And we would also try to communicate by American Sign Language, but I had just taught them finger spelling. So it's very confusing in terms of trying to figure out how to communicate growing up, because there's oral communication, finger spelling, sign exact English, then there was ASL. So it was a very challenging time for me to learn how to communicate with people. And I relied a lot on gesture, a lot on gesture to make sure that I was understood. And in school as well. And when I went into school, also, I didn't have a well-formed, strong identity. So that's part of also why I really struggled. So I learned ASL. But people would tell me that I was an Indian. We would be taking English classes, learning English language. And, we would learn different parts of English language through sign language. So things like like teacher, creator, etc., the ER ending to a lot of things. And it just wouldn't stick. And of course, for me, because people call me an Indian person, they use the sign Indian, like from India. they put the country India and they applied that to me as a person. So that bothered me as well. So that's part of what made me interested in Oneida Sign Language, my own sign language. So there's Oneida spoken language. And when we would have cultural events, when the Oneida spoken language would be spoken, then the American Sign Language interpreter would stop signing, which means that I didn't have access. Because they don't know Oneida Sign Language. So I really struggled in terms of that and trying to advocate and connect with people. We would talk about plain sign language as well, which had been Indigenous sign language that's been used quite for a long, long period of time. And there's still so little knowledge about that, little record of that language. Compared to the amount of work that's been done around ASL, it's really challenging. So I want to take back my sign language. I want to decolonize myself. I don't want to maintain these oppressive ideas over my language. And the elders have asked me to go ahead and work with Oneida Sign Language, and I was thrilled to begin to develop OSL, Oneida Sign Language. So I began in 2016, the pilot. We started going onward. And the AFN recognized me for Oneida Sign Language, and it's really spread. People across Canada want to know about it. They're interested. They want to go back and look at the history of plain sign language and build awareness. Because of course we have spoken languages as Indigenous people that we need to protect, but also sign languages too. And as well in law, we've had enshrined that we need to have respect for our ways of life, for our languages. I've struggled for so long with signs throughout my whole life, and in terms of developing my identity as a deaf Indigenous person. And I want everyone to feel that they have self-respect and self-esteem through access to their language. So ASL signs animals like this, but in OSL, the sign is done this way, scratching the hand. If you think that animals scratch the ground or scratch the bark off of a tree, this mimics that. And even hearing people can often understand that. Bird, for example, you see the flapping of wings in that sign. For ASL, a sign for feather, something like this. We can understand. So not finger spelling as much as we do in ASL, but OSL having much more visual signs than even ASL. Sign for ceremony in ASL is done like this. When I sign that, it doesn't fit OSL. We sign that there's a fire with people around it. And then that they're calling out around the fire towards the creator. because it makes sense. It's related to what we experience. You know, when I sign ceremony in ASL, it doesn't fit what our ceremonies look like. It resonates. And it helps us build self-esteem as well in our language and in our culture. Same as the sign for Indigenous, that's with an F hand shape from the mouth to the ear. That I don't like that sign. I like the new sign for Indigenous, because the sign Indian really, I mean, that's really what that sign with the F hand shape from ASL is. It's not about who you are in your community. You know, we've been educating people for so long to try to build awareness of Indigenous peoples, our truth, about the barriers we face, about Indigenous history, about our languages. And it's good to finally have recognition that Indigenous people have been here and that we are the first peoples here. Yeah. That's my piece for a moment. I know there's a limited time, so trying to keep within that. Just checking, Mitchell, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great.
I'm gonna just go ahead and ask a question if that's okay.
Oh, do you mind just waiting a moment, and then Dominique will come and
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Dominique. So my mom's already shared her piece about her experience, her loss of language. So that's you know, her role and how she's been teaching language for a long while now, and has been developing language in our community. So we see that there's really a growing awareness growing public awareness of the work that she's been doing. So my role in all of this is I've been supporting her in the process of building that language and spreading language awareness, going to conferences, networking, you know, trying to get grant money and other forms of support and recognition, and contacting lots of people so that we can have more awareness around policy, around the needs in our community, the impacts on our community, and more connections between different communities. So she often goes to Ottawa. to advocate for Indigenous language rights. And also for rights of people with disabilities. For example, Bill C-81, the Accessible Canada Act. My mom was very involved in that. Because C-81 automatically recognizes Indigenous language rights as well, because it recognizes ASL, LSQ, and Indigenous Sign Language, ISL as well. So for me, in terms of my language, I think it's very important and it's really a strong value for me. You know, it doesn't matter whether the language is spoken or signed, could be both, but to have equality in terms of those languages. You know, because of course, as we learn more languages, then things become more accessible. You know, I'm interested in access as well. I don't just want access in English, you know, in ASL. You know, I love to be trilingual, to have ASL, OSL, and English, to become more immersed in all three languages.
So when it comes to communication, I think access to languages provides a lot of access within the deaf communities themselves. They use several different languages to communicate with each other. There are different. My mother is fluent in OSL and can sort of interpret between different sign languages used in deaf communities, sort of like being a translator and trying to omit the influence of English into those interactions, to understand that they are separate languages from each other, and there's no need for one to colonize the other. So that kind of education and awareness, we've been working on spreading that so that accessibility can be gained through that effort. I just want to make sure if everything's all right so far, the sign's clear, is the voice of the interpreter being heard. Oh, okay. That's good. I'm glad things are going well. In 2018, in the summer, there was a gathering within the deaf community. There was an opportunity to network for different deaf Indigenous folks to network from different communities. There were workshops, educational opportunities, allowing people to connect through their own personal stories and for us to have discussions. And I have to say how much of a meaningful and pleasurable experience that was, so that we can share our learned experiences, share what we've learned, and become a stronger community for it. It was incredibly impactful because we were able to learn about the different Indigenous stories and perspectives that we were all able to share, and how sign language has been an integral part through to all of the different nations for the deaf people. It encouraged us on a motivational level. It encouraged us to continue the work that we do and my work that I do back in my own community. We were all able to reflect on the importance of our sign languages and learning everyone's each individual sign language and the motivation they bring to learning sign languages. I'm just reading in the comments. Just a correction in the interpretation. Dominique and her mom hosted that gathering that was mentioned before with all the Indigenous communities and the deaf participants. Like they were, Marsha and Dominique hosted that gathering. Okay, I'm glad that that was clarified. Before the development of OSL, there was a lot of interactions with deaf people who were exposed to English and exposed to ASL, who were in the Indigenous communities. And it was myself and my mother who wanted to really take on a project on a serious level to develop Oneida Sign Language and have that be enriched from the perspectives that we've been through, the knowledge that we've learned. And that was tremendously impactful to me personally. When I went to school, I took a summer language, a language course during the summer. And I was learning through that experience. And in the following fall and winter terms, I took courses in the Mohawk language. It was my own decision. I really wanted to immerse myself in the different languages that exist in the Indigenous communities. And I started at the beginner level and I took more advanced levels after that. And that instruction really taught me that, you know, when it comes to a language, English doesn't have to be viewed as the dominant language, that any language is hard. And considering all of the exposure to English I had growing up, it was how predominantly I thought and reflected mostly to myself in English. And so my exposure to other languages made me realize that it influences your thought pattern and that I don't have to always think to myself in English. I can allow myself to think in other sign languages. So it was something that I had to learn anew, if I can put it that way. And of course, the only reason that I knew that I thought that about English was because of the historical oppression my peoples have faced. And so rather than lose the sign language inherent to my community, there was an effort by myself and my mother to really revitalize that language and open up so many more possibilities in terms of linguistic futures. But languages, each on their own accord, have different influences historically, culturally, and that they're not all defined by English and those norms. So American Sign Language produces different concepts and thought patterns than does English, than does any other language that we may find ourselves learning. So we want to continue the instruction and the development of OSL.
Grammar.
And so considering we want to continue developing the grammar that exists in the Oneida spoken language, but then also develop the grammar that is inherent to OSL. and write that down and have a written representation of it. So it's been almost 2 years that I've been on this journey, this enriching experience in terms of organizing classes and organizing the work that comes with this venture, working a lot with the community. So I've been through quite a lot when it comes to Indigenous language rights, and I'm continuing on that journey. But that journey is not complete. It's ongoing work that will continue from this day forward, hopefully in subsequent generations. One thing I'm really happy to say is that the work that we've been doing with the community is incredibly inclusive. There's no one that's left out. Every voice is important. Every conversation, every perspective builds on the conversations and perspectives that have already been shared. There's accessibility in terms of interpretation. We make sure that communication is without barriers, and we want to learn from what everyone's been exposed to so that we can all grow from those shared stories. And what we do in our home local community will impact other communities, such as the Mohawk communities and where they reside. For example, as we've been doing this work, there's been an initiative in the Mohawk community to develop a similar initiative for the sign languages that exist in their territory. And the same is true for other First Nations communities. They see what we do and they are motivated and inspired to develop similar projects. Which just goes to show that that kind of motivation is infectious. It spreads and it feeds my own motivation and our own motivation to continue on our task. So I've really appreciated the journey that I've been on. If there's anyone who has any questions, I'd be happy to answer some.
Sure. So I'll read out the questions. Okay, so Martin asks, I had never thought about this, about how ASL might inadvertently reproduce some stereotypes. Is that correct?
It's an interesting question. I wonder if my mom, well, actually, she's right next to me. She says, yes, yes, it can. That's her opinion. Also, the language of ASL, there's so many positive to ASL, but its use can definitely have a negative impact.
So Remy asks, how many people speak Oneida Sign Language?
Just a moment. Well, Well, when it first started, we started teaching the elders at first, and so there were about 25 elders in that first group. However, not all of them have kept up with the OSL that they were taught, and so that's been reduced to about 6 who are still fluent in OSL.
Thank you. We have one question from Michelle. It's going to be a video question, so I'm going to add her in now.
Oh, the interpreter made an error and is just going to repair something. Initially, there were 25 elders who were taught OSL, but many of them have passed away, which is why there are only 6 now who know OSL and teach it. Hi there, Dominique. I really enjoyed your presentation. It's a very nice, and with Marcia as well. Just a moment. Oh, there's a lot of happening on my screen at the same time. So there's a lot of very interesting information in terms of OSL, and I love that it's spreading more and more, and it's that it's gaining more recognition from the Native community, and also that it's impacting so many deaf people, and I find that incredibly beneficial. My question is about how do you feel regarding the wider deaf community who are not Indigenous? Do you feel that they are supportive of your project? Do you feel it's they're lacking support? Do you wish that the wider deaf community would do more? Speaking as myself, a teacher at a deaf school in Milton, there are many Indigenous students that I come across. And in terms of the recognition they receive and the support they receive, I find myself wondering whether the wider deaf community is supportive, whether you feel supported by your deaf community, or... It's a good question. I don't feel 100% supported. I think it's still a very new concept to a lot of people. The support is there and it's growing. But at the same time, I think sometimes the support, like sometimes people don't know how to be supportive. And so they withhold support at all. But I find that I find that to be quite natural. When it comes to language, when it comes to culture, it's still not accessible to everyone, and it's still not widely known by the wider deaf community. So some people don't know how to be supportive, some people don't have access to the information that we're creating, and some people don't understand the information that we're putting out there. And so, the support is there, but it's not full throttle support. Did you want to add anything, Mom? Oh, she would like to add something. Hi. Yes, hi there. When talking about schools that target deaf students, I think teachers have a responsibility to connect with their students, their Indigenous students, maybe even with their parents, and try and feed the cultural knowledge that their parents have and their community has, and feed it into the daily instruction. I don't think it's fair to expect parents to make that contact first. I find that parents might be shy when it comes to the wider educational institution. And so I think if a teacher were to reach out and ask about, what language do you know? What language signs from your Indigenous Sign Language community could I maybe feed into the daily instruction on a regular basis to sort of feed the Indigenous deaf students' Indigenous identity? It's the teacher's responsibility to weave that in. And so one way to do that is to reach out to the family, make contact. Maybe they're hearing, and so there needs to be a conversation that needs to be had there in terms of like what's appropriate to teach and what cultural knowledge is possessed that I can weave into the classroom, and not put the onus on the parents themselves to reach out to the teacher, but rather be the other way around. And I just wanted to add, this is Michelle, that makes a lot of sense to me, that it would be the teacher's role and responsibility to make sure that the child of an Indigenous child is getting the information they need that may be held by their parents. It would be nice if a deaf Indigenous person or leader were to be involved in that student's life, so that they would have a role model outside of their family who was also deaf, who I think that would be inspiring to students. So I'm thinking about you and yourself, of course, how a wonderful model you are, but there should be more. There may be more out there. I wonder, I want to know their names. I want to know where I can find them so that I can create a network to support our students who are in that position. That's why education and awareness is so important for all the deaf schools. And I don't want schools to be unequipped to reach out in that way. They have to be aware of the resources that exist. I don't want teachers to be at a loss of like, well, if I don't know where to go, then I won't make the effort. So that's why the awareness is so important. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marsha.
So we have another question. So Remy asks, what topics are easier for you to express yourself in OSL compared to expressing yourself in ASL?
I'm just going to switch for Dominique in this one. Yeah, for myself, in terms of ASL, yeah, I do use ASL quite a lot. Yeah, I feel good expressing myself if I'm meeting people in ASL, chatting with people, you know, like everyday relationships, that I feel totally comfortable in ASL. But if the topic switches to Indigenous issues, Indigenous life, I really want to switch away from ASL. You know, things can start to get tricky, you know, in terms of OSL, like to make sure that I'm fully understanding how to write the right word is, you know, trying to understand Indigenous language and the meaning behind it. That can get very tricky. I want to have more immersion in the language, so I can understand more expansively what something means. I can understand different meanings maybe in one word, you know, relation, and also, of course, the connection to the earth. So really, OSL perfectly makes sense when I'm talking about those topics. we look at plain sign language and the process of that language, who used it, who knew that language, who expressed that. Of course, would that have been our people? They would be totally connected to that language. So I really use both. It just depends on the context, and I balance, my life is a balance too, in terms of, what community I'm in. So yeah, it really reflects that.
Thank you. So Yasmina asked, I wonder.
Oh, my mom just wants to
Oh,
add
excuse me.
to my answer. So ASL is great for names. My name's Marsha. This is my name sign. But in terms of family, my family has given me a spiritual name. Marsha has spelled the name. It starts with a T. And in terms of ceremonies as well, that giving a baby their spiritual name is part of a ceremony in our nation. So in terms of understanding my spirit name, of course I can finger spell it, but I want to have that connection to the culture, because growing up I didn't have that. Having that understanding of the name and the language behind the name really helps me to understand my culture. Being able to communicate my name in OSL and understand the connection with Oneida language, spoken language, is also really helpful in terms of developing a strong identity, because you know it in your mind, but you also know it in your heart. And it also adds the sense of responsibility that you've had that's embedded within the Oneida spoken language. ASL also has, different negative words like bullying, just lots of different negative terms that don't exist in OSL. The focus is more on the beauty. It focuses more on people's connection to each other. English has so many words. OSL keeps it simpler. It's more focuses on the positive, on what we want to have a connection to in our lives. We follow our hearts. And of course, we'll feel uncertain sometimes. We all feel lost and sometimes are unsure where to go. But then we follow our guides. ASL children get very excited, or deaf children get very excited about learning ASL. And Indigenous children tend to have a very different approach when they're starting to learn OSL. It just reflects the culture and the different ways that we communicate. Dominique's going to add. Was there a question?
Yeah, sorry. So there was another question from Yasmina. So Yasmina asks, I wonder how Oneida understandings of disability, deafness, and illness are different from understandings in settler society. And Yasmina wants to know, how do you navigate that difference between Oneida understandings of disability and deafness versus settler understandings?
Okay, sure. So in terms of our perspective, disability, deafness, just a moment. So yeah, of course, in Western society and colonial society, there's more of a medical view. But that's not something we want to necessarily involve in our community. Yeah, I've talked with my mom about how she feels. And she said, of course you want to have strength within the community. There, Yeah, we want our communities to feel whole and to become one. We want to feel that connection within our communities. We don't necessarily need for everyone to be the exact same. That's not the goal. We want people to be able to express themselves, whether in English or ASL, or whatever language we want to have, because languages have so much meaning built within them, we want that connection. Yeah. So if people are using, hand talk, for example, we want everyone to be able to express themselves and to be able to communicate with each other. So people can see when they're see people signing that they're really using their hands to communicate. We don't want people focused solely on people's ability to hear or not, or what issue they have or not, or we don't tend to think that way in our community. We see the benefit, we see the value, that's involved in people speaking with their hands. So that's a strong concept in our community. Yeah, that's my perspective.
Thank you. Someone.
Mitchell, do you mind pausing? I
yeah.
just saw something in the chat that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's good. Thank you.
Okay, so someone asked a question anonymously. They asked, "What are your thoughts?" Oh, sorry. Okay, they asked, "What are your thoughts about non-natives learning Indigenous Sign Language when they have no connection to the culture, similar to the debate that's happening around non-natives learning spoken Indigenous languages?" So how do you feel about non-natives learning Indigenous Sign Language?
Yeah, if people are interested in learning sign language, I mean, go for it. We have to understand, there have to be boundaries, and you have to be very attentive to those boundaries. How do you show respect? To not go over, above, and beyond, and you have to really be careful of showing respect and respecting the boundaries of the people who are teaching it. For example, in my opinion, if you want to learn ASL, then you need to have a deaf teacher. You can't just be ignoring people in the deaf community and going on and learning it yourself. That's not respecting the deaf community. We have had cultural dispossession. So, especially within the deaf community. So that really applies to our community as well, that we as Indigenous people have also had that. And that, really applies for both ASL and OSL. You really need to go about it with respect, regardless of which sign language you're using, and respect the community that originated that language.
Thank you. Jennifer asked a question. She says, "Hi, Dominic and Marcia. Would you teach ASL first or OSL to an Indigenous child who's born deaf?"
It depends on the parents. Because if the parents know the language already, then they should go for it. Just teach them whatever that first language is. But, for a lot of kids, their first language might be ASL. For myself, for example, I've been learning with my mom, been learning a lot about OSL. But if I were to have a baby, I wouldn't be teaching them ASL. So because I'm capable and because I spent so much time with my mom, then I would really be focusing on OSL with my, if I were to have a child, and I would be showing them pictures and be, showing them our native language to make sure that they understand that those concepts visually, because they can, they absolutely can.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if there were other questions. I think we can wait a few minutes and just wait to see if someone puts a question in the chat or in the Q&A.
Sure, that's fine.
We had another question, I think, from Miles, but it was a similar question of should non-native deaf people be learning OSL? And this is for non-native people, but who are deaf. Should they be learning OSL?
Sure, yeah, that would be nice. To learn more different languages, why not? But see, there's other people, who learn Spanish or French or Russian, in the deaf community. If you're in the deaf community, why not learn another language? Go for it.
Someone else wants to know, is there a way for people watching this conference to connect with you and follow some of the work that you're doing online? Do you have places on social media or online that people can find the work that you're doing?
So far, we have 3 options. We have YouTube. So you can see more of, because that way we'll be able to post ASL video or OSL videos. You can also email us too. We're happy to meet in person. And we also can do those sessions of teaching OSL. So you can do face-to-face workshops as well. You can contact us to set that up as well.
Thank you. There's a question from Monica. So Monica asked, what can be done by the hearing community, and especially from white people, to help support preserving OSL?
Yeah, in terms of support, my view, hold on, sorry. Well, first in terms of ASL, it's common that hearing white people Like, oh yeah, ASL, you know, we recognize ASL, but their behavior is more relaxed about it. Like, why not recognize ASL? Oh, we'll see. Oh, okay, I guess we could bring an interpreter in. There's a lot of flexibility there. My opinion is if you want to recognize our language, you can't be like that in terms of OSL. Oh yeah, I guess I support it. You can't have that casuality. You know, because this is the first language here. You know, this is important, accessible communication for the first people here. You know, English people have come here and taken over things. But in terms of our history, you know, so historically we've had plain sign language. So we were fine. We were able to communicate before colonialism impacted this continent. You know, before residential schools, before the violence, before the oppression, before our languages were disregarded, before we became so vulnerable in this situation, you know, we had ways to communicate. And then English was seen as better. So, you know, there's a relationship with ASL, but in terms of OSL, you know, we need to have a higher standard. It's not like, oh, okay, yeah, it would be nice to sign a little bit. You know, the sign is the priority. The sign language is a huge priority. So we expect people to do more to make it more accessible quicker. Not, oh, maybe we can make it accessible next time. We'll consider it. People need to work on access now. So that is take action to be 100% behind us. Because my opinion is that you need to understand the language is vital. That language equality is vital. So when deaf people come and they get an interpreter, and then it's done, and the deaf person goes away, the interpreter goes away, and that's it. That won't work. We need people who are able to stay there and keep up the language, maintain the language. We need people who are able to make sure that deaf people's access needs are fully met, you know, permanently. It's a continuous language. That people see daily. You know, it can't just be a language that people drop in and out on. One day they like it, one day they don't. You know, it's everyday use in our communities, and it's very valuable. Did you want to add something there, Mom?
Oh, just one moment. Oh, okay. Now I can see better. I did want to add a little bit. For example, when it comes to American Sign Language and the interpreting programs that train students in American Sign Language and English, there are no such interpreting programs for Oneida Sign Language. American Sign Language, when it's mandatory to learn not only the signs, but the facial expressions and the grammar that's embedded in ASL as well. In Oneida Sign Language and Plains Sign Language, there's less facial expressions that used when signing. So Indigenous hearing people are often really interested in learning some sign language and becoming sort of de facto interpreters, but sometimes American Sign Language interpreters learn a little bit of Oneida Sign Language, but they're far too expressive in the face. And so they're sort of bringing American Sign Language facial grammar into their use of a different sign language that doesn't use as much facial grammar. So it's sort of like there's a mix of two languages rather than truly viewing someone who's using Oneida Sign Language properly. So sometimes I encounter people who are really enthusiastic about learning sign language, and then they go to an interpreting program and they withdraw from our communities because they go through the interpreting programs in ASL and English, but I mean, it just becomes more difficult for them to then come back and learn Oneida Sign Language again. And so that's what's being talked about here in terms of dedication to community. And sometimes it's short-lived and not the constant that we would appreciate, whether it's, and I understand the difficulties that they go through, but there's a necessity for Oneida Sign Language interpreters to embody the facial grammar that's appropriate to that sign language and not bring in a foreign grammar set from ASL, for example. I meet many hearing people who, in my community, who don't use very many facial expressions, just like I do. And then I meet other hearing people who know American Sign Language, and I understand them, but their facial grammar, it belongs to a language that doesn't come as naturally to me, so it's not as welcoming as a recipient and someone who's receiving that language. Indigenous hearing people, it's funny, they naturally seem to understand that like when they speak indigenous languages, spoken indigenous language, they will gesture something that they inherently know will help make that communication clearer. And sometimes it's similar to an Oneida sign. So that's why I identify more with that community.
Thank you. Zeke asks, is it difficult or easy to translate between OSL and ASL? And can it become isolating when that translation is difficult between OSL users and ASL users?
This makes me think about how English really isn't my first language, but I mean, I would go back to my upbringing, how I was exposed to English and then signed exact English and then a gestured home variant of sign. I mean, over time, I think two people who know a sign language could come up with similarities, like common signs that mean the same thing. But it's the importance to like understand that ASL is very pervasive, and just because it's ubiquitous doesn't mean that it should be the default. We can look at the Quebec community and LSQ and how sparse it is. It seems, I mean, and then look at Indigenous sign languages and how sparse those are compared to LSQ, compared to ASL. So there needs to be, we need to foster this understanding between all the different sign language communities that we need space for all of these languages, and we need to support each other in that endeavor.
Thank you. In the chat, Nelly asked, are there contacts for OSL interpreters that we can have access to for people who do want to hire OSL interpreters?
I have the names of instructors, but instructors in Oneida Sign Language, like for example, myself and then my daughter. So we could be contacted to interpret between two sign languages. There would be a third instructor actually that's come to mind that I could also give. My granddaughter, who's 13, she is a child of deaf parents, and she's fluent in 4 languages, and she's 13. If you're curious to know what the 4 are, would be English, Oneida, spoken Oneida, American Sign Language, and Oneida Sign Language. So one day she will be a polyglot in her community that can communicate between all those 4 languages. So she would be a possible instructor as well.
Thank you so much. I think that was the last question. I really enjoyed hearing from you and from Dominic as well. It was really great to have you, and we want to say thank you again for coming on and giving this presentation to the both of you.
No problem. We really appreciate this opportunity, by the way. Oh, I do too. Thank you so much. It's lovely to hear from everyone's different experiences.
I'm just looking at the chat. People are saying, thank you so much. It was very interesting. This was great. Thank you.
Me too.
All right. Thank you so much. So I want to say thank you to everyone for coming. I just put up the screen just to let everyone know that it's going to be ending for today. So again, it'll be starting again tomorrow, the same time at 10 a.m. So we hope to see everyone there again at 10 a.m. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much for watching us, everyone.